All right, welcome to the February 16th City Council Workshop. Take a roll call here. Looks like everybody's here except for DJ Phaser's not here quite yet.
You gotta be kind to these old men.
Letting Joel find his seat. We're going to get started with the Transit Hub discussion.
All right, good morning, Mayor and Council. Brad Clark with Community Development. I'm just going to take just a couple of minutes to basically give an overview of how the land use part of this application worked through the city. And then Scott Chansey with the Josephine Community Transit will come up and talk a little bit more, about the larger project and some of the history. But I know that this, as during your strategic plan process, this topic was elevated, so really I think the goal here today is to kind of hear more about the holistic picture, particularly since several of the council members were not on the council when this application came through. So that's really kind of my goal here today with just the staff portion, is to kind of help you with some of the history on the land use part. So the property that we're talking about are the two orange parcels here, located between D and E, and they're fronting on 5th Street there. Both tax lots are in the Central Business District zone. There was a pre-application conference that was held. These are required by the city when a land use application comes through. That was held back in June of 2020, and the attendees at that meeting were Scott Chansey and Jessica Glazer with Josephine Community Transit, Dave Stevens and Andrew Owen with our ORW Architecture, and then Ryan Nolan and Carolyn Nealon with the city. So those who were attended the pre-app. The formal application that came through then, the owner is Josephine County, owner of the property, and then Scott Chansey was the applicant for the land use application. ORW Architecture represented them through the process, and then they had an application completed in July 17th, 2020. Originally, this was set up as a Urban Area Planning Commission public hearing. That's what the development code requires on this type of application. We did notice that up, and then there was a public comment deadline given there for August 26th of the hearing date. Around that same time, the council had some discussions during a workshop about the parking task force and some of their results, and this topic came up, and at that point, the city council asked that the application go from Urban Planning Commission directly to them. So we changed the public hearing process, and then a new notice was prepared, and that was mailed out on August 12th with a deadline of September 2nd. This is just the map that shows, according to Article 2 of the Development Code, what's required to be done for a public notice. It's 100 feet from the external boundaries of the site, and that's shown there in yellow. And then this is just a list of who received mailings of the public notice. There were 18 mailed. That includes the property owners that are within 100 feet, as well as impacted public agencies. So that includes ODOT and Grants Pass Irrigation District and a few others. So as I mentioned, the City Council held their hearing on September 2nd, 2020. There was no official testimony received prior to that public hearing by the Community Development Department. 4 citizens did testify at that September meeting. 1 spoke in support, Rika Brown, and then 3 spoke about on-street parking concerns and public restroom concerns. 2 of those with True Juice which is just within a half block of this site, and then Judith Aaron's county resident. It's a 2,200 square foot office building that's on the north tax lot, and that has a transit user interaction service window and a space for transit staff. The plan, as I'll show here on the next slide, also has 8 spaces for public parking lot on the south tax lot. As I mentioned earlier, it's in the central business district, and the frontage streets are listed there. The other piece of the application is an architectural review, and there was a discretionary requested on that. If somebody does not comply with all of the design review criteria in the code, then they can request this discretionary review. And that allows for the decision-making body, in this case the council, to make some exceptions. So those were requested. A reduced window and door percentage on the south building wall was requested, and was ultimately approved. So here's the site plan that was submitted to the city, and this is what the public hearing was based on. I think Scott will talk a little bit more about this. The 5th Street is on the top of this slide here, and then you have the existing alley that separates the two parcels, with D Street being on the right side of the slide, and E Street being on the left side of the slide. The angled frontages that you see is where the on-street parking that has been of concern is being removed to provide parking for the buses. And then on-site are the 8 off-street parking spaces, including an ADA space, one of which was going to be reserved for one of the nearby residents. So ultimately, the council did approve that application. The findings of fact were adopted at the September 16th city council meeting. So that's kind of the overview of just how the land use piece went. So now I'll pull up Scott's presentation. Scott, if you want to come up and just kind of give an overview of some of the other pieces here.
Do you have a question for Brad?
Well, I'm just wondering if we should do questions for Brad now or if we should have Scott go.
Does anybody have any questions right now?
I do.
Why don't you go ahead and ask before Scott gets started?
Okay, thanks. Sorry about that. So just on the second slide, there was a pre-application conference held in June, and it shows the attendees there. Was that conference open to the public, or was that a closed meeting?
So the way the pre-application conference worked is just if somebody submits an application, we do not do any kind of public noticing for a pre-app. It's really just the purpose of that is to share information that's in the code. The applicant can get a better understanding of what the code requires. You know, they're not closed in the sense of if somebody knows about it, they are certainly welcome to attend. We have had that happen.
Okay, so it's open to the public but not noticed.
Yeah.
Okay, and the city council public hearing notice mailed in August, and it was mailed to that list that you had on that slide.
Correct.
And those are the only entities that were noticed?
That's correct.
Okay, and by my count, 7 of those are government agencies, so 11 were private
Yes.
owners. Okay, so 11 went out, and then I'll stop there for now. Thanks.
You bet.
Rob?
So of the 11 private property owners, how large an area did that encompass?
It's
Of the 11?
100 feet from the boundaries of the parcel.
So 100 feet were noted, people within 100 feet were noticed. Thank you.
Rick?
Brad, on the pre-application, you said it's not publicly noticed, so there's not individual notice and it's not in the newspaper, but I do believe it is on the city website that there will be a pre-application meeting. Is that true? Or is the pre-application not sent to any, or made of, I mean, while the people can go there because it is open, I still think isn't the item posted on the city website that there will be a pre-application?
No, I don't believe it is. What we do is we have a listing of, I think, of over 120-something people for our site plan review meetings. And so every week, every Tuesday, there's a site plan review. And so anyone that is on that list would have been noticed about it.
Okay, all right.
But
thank
you're correct, it's not, there's not a formal public notice.
But, I mean, it's not kept secret either. There are 100 people that are on that list that know
Yes.
about it. Okay, thank you.
Aaron?
Actually, I've got a bit of a correction. I would not consider pre-app meetings to be open to the public. That's just simply an applicant, arranges to have a pre-app meeting with the planning department to get a better idea of what would be expected of it should it make an application. So as the name suggests, pre-app. I'm not so sure that would be an appropriate venue for the public to be attending in any event. That's, at that point, the applicant really doing due diligence on whether or not they want to move forward with submitting a formal application.
All right, thank you. I think we
Thank
can
you.
hand it over to Scott.
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Chansey. I'm the Transit Program Manager for Josephine County. So we're responsible for the public transit system within Josephine County. We also provide services into Jackson County. We are doing business under the name of Josephine Community Transit. So there's the difference. So there's sometimes a confusion. I'm actually part of Josephine County Public Works. So I figured to start here, I think we can all pretty much agree that the current location at the courthouse doesn't work. There's traffic issues. We're impeding traffic on a state facility. We're blocking the crosswalks. There's all kinds of things that are going on there. So I think we can pretty much agree that something needs to happen to replace that situation. Now, before I get into that, I figured I'd quickly explain actually what's happening at the courthouse. So from the transit perspective. So essentially what we operate is what's called a hub and spoke transit system, which means everything goes into one spot, the hub, and then the spokes are all of the routes leaving that area. So that's what's happening at the courthouse. Our actual system across the city of Grants Pass is a hybrid of that. So we're always going to have some component of a hub and spoke system, but we also have what's called a grid type system. So where our routes connect is not just happening at the courthouse. It's happening all the way across the city. The courthouse just happens to be the location for all of the routes that currently exist are coming together right now in the downtown core area. So that's what's happening. So we've already gone over all of this. So the existing project meets existing land use designation. It was an approved project, and it could have been appealed to LUBA within that 120 days deadline, which did not happen. So again, I'd also like to point out a traffic impact study was conducted by an Oregon certified engineer. That study showed that there was no impact on the level of service on the surrounding intersections that was looked at. And so then how did we get to this point? So obviously, well, obvious to me, there was originally a transit feasibility study, and that was in 2000. So that study looked at the feasibility of transit within the city of Grants Pass. Typically, you have to have a feasibility study before you get state funding. So that's what that was. That actually identified and said if you're going to operate a hub and spoke system, you're going to need a transit hub, hence the hub and spoke. So it was identified at 7th and G as a potential location, which is just pretty horrible. So in 2001, or a little into 2000, a transit system was started here within Grants Pass. From 2001 to 2006 or so, transit was housed at the Community Justice Building over on 4th Street. So at that point, there were only 2 routes, and they were they meandered all over the city of Grants Pass, and that is now the Community Justice Building. That was used as a transfer point. When the offices of the transit department moved out of that location, the courthouse became the new main transfer point, obviously as the system developed. So in 2009, the need for a transit hub again was identified, and that was by me, anticipating future service changes and system changes. I knew that a hub was going to be a priority, so it again moved up into public focus. And in 2004, I actually applied for funds to identify a location, and those funds were not awarded, and those were local funds. So 2014, later on in the year, the property actually at 5th Street was identified as a potential location, mainly due to it being county-owned. At that point, I started to look at that location, and we'll get into this a little bit later, the amount of time that went through. I started looking at that location to see if it was adequate for a transit hub. So the necessary criteria for a transit hub, and these are my criteria. Now I'm going to go over other people's criteria, but here's mine. And these are the most important ones. The main one is access. So I want to make sure that there's a right in, right out, preferably with a signalized intersection. So that's criteria number 1. I wanted to make sure it wasn't located on an ODOT facility, but it had to be close. Now there's reason I don't want things located on an ODOT facility, and there's reasons that ODOT does not want things located on their facility. The main one is if we're on the state facility, what happens when our buses pull into a hub is they slow down. So as they're slowing down, they automatically cause a slowdown in all the traffic behind them, as well as they're slowing and moving in. The public starts to realize this is what's going on, and then there's a mad scramble to avoid the bus, knowing it's going to be stopping. And you see that currently, what's happening at the courthouse. So you want it off an ODOT, I want it off an ODOT facility for those auto conflicts, as well as the slowing of our traffic, as well as I want to avoid the traffic volumes. So that's pretty much what we're looking at with the ODOT facility. This next one is fairly important. If you study transit and look at transit hubs, you'll understand there's different configurations. Well, my preferred is an outside lot vehicle circulation. What I mean by that is the vehicles don't pull in to a facility and then circulate within that facility. I want them circulating on the outside. And the main reason for that is because it avoids as many as you possibly can pedestrian vehicle conflicts, and that's pedestrian bus vehicles. And that's kind of an issue. And I knew it was going to be an issue, especially if we move towards electric vehicles like we currently are. You wouldn't think that a 35-foot blue vehicle could sneak up on someone, but it happens. And so that's the thing, is if you are circulating within a lot, there's going to be people that are crossing back and forth to get outside of that lot to continue their journey. The next thing is I wanted it to be big enough to accommodate our existing vehicles, future vehicle size, and had enough room for a stop, a specific stop for every single route that we had and for any future expansions. So I had the public work engineering department go through and measure out everything, measure the site, and I wanted to make sure that it could accommodate a 35-foot bus. That's the largest vehicle we're ever going to go to. We might use smaller vehicles. We currently do use smaller vehicles, but as we're transitioning to those larger ones, I wanted to make sure that it could accommodate that. It could. And then could it accommodate one stop for every route? And yes, it can. And the importance of that is from a passenger's perspective, or at least a potential passenger perspective, if you're making transfers, and our whole system is based on transfers, and it's so people can change direction. You're not forced to continue where that route's going if you don't want to travel that way. So, to accommodate that, I want to make sure that there's one stop for every route. So that way when a person gets off the vehicle they're on to change direction, they know where to catch the next bus. If you currently look at the situation out at the courthouse, it's a free-for-all. And even though our buses have what route they are on the front of the bus, the driver announces what route they are verbally with the door open. There's still things that happen. So if you have a spot for every existing route, the passenger automatically knows where they need to go catch Route 40 or 35. So they know exactly where to go. It's similar to like a terminal at an airport. You know where you're going to go to catch your next plane. The other thing I wanted to make sure is it's still in close proximity to the courthouse location. There's a lot of activity that happens at the courthouse, and if we're close enough to there, even though the route won't stop there anymore, people can still walk there. So that was still important. It's a trip generator at the courthouse, so we still had to accommodate that. Obviously, I wanted to make sure it had good bike ped access, more important, and that there's also room to accommodate park and ride users. Now, what I mean by park and ride user is not the traditional park and go ride the bus around the city. They're already in the city. Everyone that's doing that's going to drive anyway. Combination for a park and ride user that's using our commuter services. So there's a lot of people that do feel, and I do hear this, so there's a lot of people that feel comfortable driving within the city of Grants Pass, but they don't feel comfortable driving to Medford, things like that. And so I wanted to make sure that we had enough room specifically to accommodate that. And so this site checked off everything that was on my list. So here's ODOT's checklist, and I'm not going to go through it a lot, but again, you'll see the same things coming up again. Destinations within a short walk. Again, this is ODOT. They say avoid their own facilities, and they gave the same reasons that I did. I would also like to point out that ODOT also talked about, and I missed this on my last slide, how convenient it is for the transit hub to accommodate existing route structure. And so that's what they're talking about when it says how convenient is it to access the bus routes. If you don't have your hub near your existing route structure, you're going to have to rearrange all of your routes, and I'll talk about that here in a second. That's one thing that we didn't want to do because, for example, it was brought up, it was mentioned that maybe we should place it out at the old Greyhound site over off of Agnes. So from an outside perspective, that seems like a great idea. Well, from a transit perspective, that means that now we have to route every single route we have out to Greyhound. Even though people don't want to go there, we still have to get every route out there. And what that does is it adds miles and hours to our service day. And every mile we go, or every additional 15-minute structure that we add to the system, that's a lot of hours for us, and it adds up significantly. So time is of the essence with transit. So anyway, in the last ODOT, from an operational perspective, was the ease of the vehicles pulling in and out of traffic. So that's what ODOT wants to see, and I kind of gave you an explanation of what I wanted to see. So here's what the American Public Transit Association recommends as their guidelines. And I don't need to go through all of these, but I'm going to point a few out. So cost acquisition, so that's an important factor. Development costs, that's another important factor. Is there anything there that you have to demolish? How much work do you have to do to accommodate to get this site ready to work? Obviously, some of those, you can read them and you've had access to this. Again, you'll see that I touched on it, but it's part of APTA's guidelines in just 5 different spots, and it's distance from the service center. So that's, Oh, there we go. So it's distance from the service center. So the further we move that away, the more expensive it gets for us, and the more difficult it becomes to align our services. Like I had mentioned before, we not only have a hub and spoke system, but we have a hybrid type with a grid system. So our routes are coming across each other, multiple points across the city. So we would have to rearrange all of that. You want to keep it close to your service centers, obviously the downtown. Then there's obviously local traffic impact, and then basically operational access and efficiency. And what I mean by that is ingress, egress to the site. The more difficult we have pulling in, the more difficulty we have pulling out. And if you want to see a great example of us having difficulty pulling out, you can observe the stop right before you go over the bridge on 6th Street. So we have a stop at the Hell's Gate Convention, or the Hell's Gate Center there. And if you've paid attention much, you'll see a lot of vehicle conflict with our vehicles trying to merge back into traffic. Now, granted, in Oregon, there is a law. It's called yield to public transit, and it's a ticketable offense. And if our little yield sign is flashing on the back of the bus, other traffic's supposed to let them merge back into traffic. Even though we do all that, that does not happen. It becomes a race to get in front of the bus, especially if you know they're going to pull over. So these are APTA's guidelines, and I obviously left one very important one that's not on this slide because it's on the next one, and that's neighborhood impact. So these are 9 different things that I've heard. Parking spaces, there's not enough space already. We're going to lose 7 on-street parking spots, and that's going to harm the local business. Bus traffic, there's going to be too many buses on an already busy street, and that's just going to increase congestion, decrease pedestrian safety, obviously. Lack of restrooms, not only for our passengers, but also for the general public. There's also a comment I've heard multiple times about negative impact to all property owners. There's been a comment of a negative impact on the growers market or the artisan market on the weekends. We don't operate on the weekends right now. So also current business patrons don't have the ability to walk very far to get to the existing businesses. And if the parking was removed along 5th Street, that would impact their business, which I could understand. So lack of public involvement in neighborhood discussion. Overall public opposition to the project. And then the last one is perceived decrease in safety for residents, property, and the community in general. So my question would be to you is, could these impacts, or can they be mitigated? And if not, why? And if they can't be mitigated, then maybe we should have the discussion of where transit's importance at the community should be. Is there too much emphasis being placed on transit? Is a transit hub not that important, or should it be of less importance? This is a long-term project. This is going to impact not only current transit users, but future transit users. And if it's not done right, the overall success of your transit system will be impacted. So how important is that question? So getting to the first one is about the mitigation. Here we go. So the parking space is being removed, and I'm not going to go over all of this because you can read and it's all in front of you. So there's a total of 7 on-street parking spots that were identified in the city report that are removed. That's debatable if it's actually 7 or more. We could probably all agree it's between 7 and 10. So of those spots, 8 of them can be on, there's 8 spots within the transit hub. Of those 8 spots, 2 of them are designated disabled parking. One of those disabled parkings will be reserved for a resident at a local house at the apartment building behind it. I can see that they're using that spot on the street right now on a daily basis, so I would not want to remove that from them. Originally, out of those 8 spots, minus the 2, so the 6 that are remaining, 2 of those were for electric vehicle chargers. That's been dropped from the project. Parking was more important. The city has plans for their own EV chargers, so it didn't need to be part of this project. So if parking was paramount, this is how we could add more spaces. Of these 8 spaces, we'll just call it 6, or 6 plus 1 disabled, we will allow the public to park there. So we're actually, you know, somewhat mitigating part of the issue. The only thing is that they can't park there overnight. So now bus traffic, so too many buses on an already busy street. So this project actually adds 64 trips over a 15-hour period. And I won't get into the math, but essentially that's 3 trips an hour added to the section of E Street between 6th and 5th. During peak times, which is when there's more routes going, there could be, but it's not all day, it could be an additional 6 trips, and those are generated by our commuter lines. And that's 3 times departing, and then 3 times arriving. So the other point is lack of restrooms. Well, we decided, and I listened to the community, and I listened to my liaison at the county commissioners, and we decided that a public restroom was important. It will be incorporated into the project. It won't be in our building, but it will be a public facility at the edge on that would be the south portion of the lot where the parking is. So there's room there, so we'll put in a public restroom. There was some question about can it be for transit users only, or should we open it up to the general public? Knowing that we can't really control that, it'll be open to the general public. I will state that if we open it to the general public, we lose some of our control over the site, and I can get into that later. But also the restrooms will only be available during the days and times of service that we're operating. So then the negative impact to the property owners. So there was never really any definition of what this actually meant or what the concerns were. But I will go ahead and point out, because most people other than transit or public safety or law enforcement does not understand or does not know that the Oregon Revised Statute 166.116 exists. Now, granted, this was mainly started for large urban areas like Portland or TriMet or lane transit, but we actually use it here, and it's defined as interfering with public transit. We do use this, and we do enforce this. So what it allows us to do is to bar somebody's service from the bus. And if you are not allowed to be on the bus, you have no reason to be at any one of our facilities, and that includes any of our stops or anything. If the general public is hanging around our transit station, they have no intention of using the public transit system. Therefore, by definition, they're interfering with public transit, and they will be asked to leave. And if they don't leave, then they will be charged with trespassing. And this also interferes with their ability to ever use the bus system, because obviously if you're suspended or charged with this ORS, I'm going to suspend your service, or I'm going to inhibit your ability to use the service in the future. So besides that, there's county security when we're not in service. So that would be regular patrols. We have real-time video in all of our vehicles, as well as it will be duplicated at this site. And our staff is always present during our hours of operation. There's always someone in that building, whether it be a customer service rep, it would be at least a customer service rep and 1 dispatcher up until the later evenings. So there's always somebody there, and they can see what's going on in the facility. Impact on the growers market and the artisan market. Okay, currently there's no service on weekends. I do have plans to start Saturday service. It's just, it seems very delayed in getting that going. With that said, Saturday service would be 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And the service would be every hour, which means the frequency of the bus is every 60 minutes. So at most, that would add 4 trips an hour. 3 trips additional for those peak commuter runs that are going, but that's not all day. Then the other comment was current patrons don't have the ability to walk to the businesses. I will tell you this because I constantly go look. So the majority of the parking in that area, right now there's nobody on E Street on either side on between 6th and 5th, because I just drove there on the way here. Typically you do see that. The majority of the parking that happens in this area is along 5th Street adjacent to our property. And if you look often enough, you'll see the same cars are parking there again and again and again. My guess is it's residents of the residential units in close proximity. It's just a guess, but that's probably one of the best explanations for why people are parking there day in and day out. The reason they're parking there is because across the street is a 3-hour maximum limit. And that's what's driving the parking to our side of the street. Lack of public involvement, and we've talked about this. So this project was first discussed in 2014. So between the Rogue Valley, I got an extra V in there, between the Rogue Valley Association on Community Transportation, the Oregon Transportation Commission, the Middle Rogue MPO, the Board of County Commissioners, my department quarterly reviews, our budget, our long-range capital planning, the city council workshops that I've been to, the Grants Pass Parking Committee. From what I can tell, this project has been in open discussion 32 times, starting in 2014. Granted, obviously, there's some members of the community that feel like they were left out of the process. About the only thing that I could have done would have been to hold an open public forum and invited everyone. And you probably know as elected officials, public meetings or public involvement is hit or miss. It usually comes to things like this when people finally come out. Public opposition, so there's 200 plus signatures on a, that were gathered that were in opposition to this project. Haven't seen that petition. I just heard that that's how many were on there. Well, I would also like to point out there's at least 450 daily users of our transit system. That's 450 people that are also members of this community and members of Josephine County. Now, you haven't heard from them because they're just going about their daily transit life. And, but I do know, I can say the majority, if not all, are in strong support of this project as well. And then again, so decreased safety for residents, property owners. I would have to say this is a public perception issue that is wrong. Now, obviously there's some issues that have been happening at the courthouse. The county commissioners have made some strident efforts to keep people from loitering. Just because there's people at that location does not mean that they're users of the transit system. For example, when the pandemic first started last year, in March of 2020, we removed all fares. So there was no fare to get on a bus. And the reason we did that is because we wanted to minimize passenger-driver interaction. Well, within a month, and our ridership started going down just because of the pandemic across the board. Well, one route, that ridership increased dramatically. And I couldn't figure out what was going on. And then I put the two together and I saw what was going on at the courthouse. And there was a lot of homeless people that were coming out of Jackson County. And they were riding our bus that goes between here and Medford, and they were on it because they could get here for free. And I'm sure you probably saw, sometimes it looked like a KOA event out at our bus stop. And what was going on is we would show up, say, "Are you here to use the bus?" And they would back away from our stop. Public safety would show up and go, "You can't just be hanging out here, something needs to happen." And then at that point, they all miraculously became bus riders. So it was just this back and forth, and we couldn't do anything about it. And I heard it from my drivers, and I saw it throughout the community. So a lot of that did not put a good taste in people's mouth in terms of what they perceived transit users to be, but I can guarantee and tell you that's not who the users of our system are. And that behavior will always be discouraged. And when we talk about having a location to ourselves, we have the ability to limit that and say, no, if you're not going to use the transit system, you can't be here. So the transit hub, between 5th A and D. I've been looking since 2014 until we settled on this. If I had the money to buy a lot to put this on, or this would be the spot. I've not seen any other location that provided as many positive aspects as this proposed location. And that's not just for me, as I pointed out earlier, some of the criteria from ODOT, or the American Public Transit Association. One of the things that this also does is it reduces the amount of money we have to come up with to build it. I am a county department. That does not mean I receive county general funds. I do not receive county general funds at all. So coming up with local match for us is a very difficult challenge. So the value of the land is appraised at $137,600. So if I had to buy that land, that's what it would cost. I currently am using the land as the required local match of $111,000. So those two things combined, I'd have to come out of pocket with local match of $249,540. And for local match, I can't use fare box revenue. I can't use federal funds. I'm very limited in what I can. Most of the funds that I have are designated to specific activities. So this is a very difficult step that we would have to make, and we don't, and that's the advantage of using this property as well. That is in addition to all of the criteria that I was looking for. The other thing is this location is we don't have to backtrack to the courthouse. Even though we're going to the courthouse, believe it or not, I'm having to reroute some of those routes to backtrack to the courthouse. It's not where they need to be going. It's not where they would normally be going. And we're spending time to do that. So if we were able to move it to 5th and E and D, we would be able to eliminate some of that time. That's going to save me money. It's going to allow me to expand into other routes and things like that. If we don't do this, or if we decide that this isn't the location that meets the community's needs, there's a possibility I could lose, or it could jeopardize existing funding. So there's 3 different funding sources to this. So that's 3 different decisions or agencies that make this decision if they want to be part of it or not. So, and then the last thing is, if we're having this discussion, which I'm glad we are, if another location meets the community's needs better, then we're delaying important improvements that need to get made. The funding for this was secured in 2017. Actually, it was 16. And so here we are 5 years later. And there's a bunch of reasons why we're here 5 years later. But there's also reasons that, if we need to delay it or if it needs to be delayed again, it's impacting our ability of what we can do and make these necessary improvements. All in all, we have about $2.2 million. Obviously, the price has grown. That's why I keep getting more funding. So this is not just a little investment. And if you didn't know, or if you're not familiar with the transit system, and I know there's some new council members here, and I've periodically give presentations and talk about the transit system. That's not what this is for, but I just figured I'd kind of give you an idea. That first number, 4.6 million, that's there was a capital project and some planning projects thrown into that. Our actual operating expense is about $3.2 million a year. So this is a fairly large program. We routinely generate grant funds into the area for capital purchases and things like that. This year it's at about 3.6. Of that, there's 2 million plus that's going to be the transit hub. We provide rides to 15,000 plus RCC students a year. We have a student ID program with RCC. All they have to do is show their ID and they get on for free. We also provide, I've been talking about the fixed route and the commuter routes. We also provide over 13,000 rides annually to the elderly and disabled that can't use our fixed route system. So this is door-to-door service for the elderly and disabled or somebody that can't access the fixed route system for some or all of their trips. The other thing is we're the only valley-wide transit provider. We have commuter routes that go to Grants Pass, to Medford as well as Wolf Creek. We're the ones that are doing that, even though there's another urbanized area to the south end of the valley, we're doing that here. So if you look at our ridership, and our ridership has grown exponentially, and there's a couple reasons for that. The main reasons is we moved away from circuitous routes and made things more direct, and we made more routes. So pre-pandemic, that's what PP means. We were averaging about 751 boardings a day. Now that fluctuated to well over 1,000, depending on when during the month we would make that measurement, but that's what they averaged. In 2010, that was 290. So as you can see, that's quite a significant increase, and it has to do with how the transit system's operating under the design that it is now. Because of the pandemic, we did lose ridership. We didn't lose ridership as much as everyone else, but we're averaging now about 465, and it's slowly creeping back. It won't always get back to where it was. I think that there's some people obviously changed their travel behaviors, but we're at 465 now, which is still significantly larger than the 290 back to 2010. So this is all the public involvement. There's obviously some, and I'm not going to go through these because you have the list. I have an advisory committee. None of those public involvement or those public notices are included into here. I've been talking about this with them. It's the Special Transportation Advisory Committee, which is an appointed position for volunteers through Josephine County. And if anybody wants to be on that committee, I encourage them to do so. We have openings always. So this is what the site looks like. As you can see, the picture is what it looks like now. The design that we have is on the right, and that's the overhead view there on the bottom. And this is the other side of the lot. So I know that there's opposition to the project. There's always opposition to projects like this. And so the question is can we mitigate some of that opposition? Because in all reality, even if we did pick another site or go to a different location that I have yet to identify, that same opposition is going to be there. It's just going to be different individuals. So hopefully we can get through this and move forward one way or another, because obviously I was speaking for everyone, but I'm sure that we could probably agree the courthouse is not working. And so if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them.
Thanks for the presentation, Scott. Do we have questions? Joel?
I had two questions, and they're actually observations. Social justice is part of everything that we do, and it seems like there's an impact on social justice from our public transport. The other thing I was thinking of was global warming, whether or not it's occurring, but to be efficient. It seems like this project also has an effect on that. And so those two issues really affect everything that we do. And so I use those as a criteria for when I look at solutions. And I understand why you're not used to addressing those. Could you address those issues in terms of social justice and efficiency of fuel use?
Mm-hmm. And the reason, I normally do address those. I didn't here because and I'm way over it. I only had a limited amount of time. So, in terms of social justice, so we have to. We're federally funded, so we have Title VI requirements. We have all kinds of requirements that we have to meet. So everything that we do meets all that criteria, either a state or a federal level. I can get into specifics. Mainly, it has to do with where you're serving, what the Federal Transit Administration looks at is where does your service operate? How do you select your stops? How do you select your fares? And how do people have an opportunity to make input on that? So we go through analysis. At the state level, we had to do a analysis of where our routes operated in terms of low-income households, specifically below the defined, the definition of a low-income household. So we do all that analysis in what we do. As far as global warming is concerned, I will point out this. So based on our passenger surveys, not everybody has a car, but we do ask the question when we do a passenger survey, and it's a very important question. And it is, if transit was not available for this trip today, how would you make it? And it's one of the answers is, I wouldn't make it. That one's extremely important in terms of the things that you were talking about as well. But the other part in terms of greenhouse gas emissions or climate change, I would drive a car or I would have somebody drive me. Between those two, 25% of our passengers would, if transit wasn't available, they would have made that trip by a car. That's 225 automobile trips a day. That's pretty significant. Now, more specific to your question, in terms of fuel diversity, we're going electric. We have 2 electric buses now. I have funding for 2 more. So our fleet, and I had the figures, I don't have them at the top of my head, but our fleet travels 495,000 miles a year. Now, half of our fleet will be electric. So you can say half of those miles are going to take our normal emissions and replace them with 0 because we've gone electric. So that's the simple answer.
Thank you. Other questions for Scott? Rob?
A couple questions, Scott. So you had the 2010 ridership, I think it was 290 per day. Is that accurate? Close enough. I mean, I think it was 290.
I don't know how to go back here.
Yeah.
Wait, I figured it out. Yes.
Okay. And then it was what, 761 or something pre-COVID recently. So what's your projection for 10 years from now? How many trips a day or how many rides per day do you think?
So that's a great question. I haven't made a projection out that far. The main driving point of that is there more service, things like that. So if let's just say it's just we're looking at it statically, my best guess is based on how we've grown and then we've stabilized with the service that we're adding in. I'm close to 300,000 rides. That would be my guess.
Okay, thank you. I just have to wonder if the 5th and E location is going to be anywhere near big enough in 5 or 10 years, quite frankly.
Oh, I would, if I could address that real quick.
Sure.
So, and I glossed over that piece. There is no need to add additional spots at the 5th and D&E location. So if we added in routes or added in service or something like that, which we do have plans on doing, it wouldn't go into the downtown. That's not efficient. So to take all of our routes and run them into the downtown is ridiculous. There's some agencies that do that and some managers that like the simplicity of that method. I'm not one of them. So any route expansion or like that would be probably, you'll see another transit hub somewhere in the community to access that. There's no reason for a route that's operating out across the river to come back into town and travel over areas or streets that are already covered by an existing route. There's just no need for that. The other point in terms of that 300,000 people, not everyone gets on or off at this proposed transit hub, or let's just say the courthouse. Not everybody gets on and off there. So there's people that are just passing through. The only people that are getting on or off are those trips that are originating there, are those people that are transferring. We have about a 30% transfer rate. That's system-wide. I'd have to look specifically at what that rate is at the courthouse, which I could find out. But the thing you also have to remember is that ridership is not, that projected ridership of 300,000 is not just 300,000 right now. It's 300,000 spread throughout the entire service day. And that's not 300,000 people that are just there just wondering what to do next. That's people that are arriving there and then have a purpose, meaning they're going to another route. So it's kind of it's a different analysis that would have to be undertaken for me to identify, 10 years from now what that pedestrian level would look like.
I had just two other brief questions.
Okay.
Under your public opposition slide, you said the 450 daily users are in support of this project. I was just wondering, when you said they're in support of it, were they offered any alternative? Did they say, I'd like option A over option B? Okay, so it was just 450 people say they want a transit hub somewhere.
I've never asked them. I just use that as an example. Most of the people that use this system, again, not everybody's dealing with this conflict out there. Not everyone's having to, but that's what we have, and I would have to say, if I went and asked them unilaterally, almost every single one of them would say, moving away from what we have now is much better. Those people that are using this out here, you can see it, there's not enough room for the existing passengers.
So that survey basically just
It wasn't even a survey.
reinforces the need for change. Or I shouldn't say the survey, but it reinforces the need for change.
Correct. I made a giant assumption and put it on a slide, I'll be honest.
Okay. And then one other very brief question. You mentioned, and I'm sorry I wasn't paying close enough attention at that moment, but you mentioned, I think you said when you were driving here today, or you went by here today, that on E Street, between 5th and 6th, there was no people really parked. So E Street, that's the Mimosas Street, right? Okay. I just wanted to make sure. That's what I would expect there to be very few, because all the restaurants, of course, are closed for inside dining right now. So, thank you.
Vanessa, then DJ.
Thank you, Scott, for this presentation today. I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
For the move toward electric buses, and since the proposed location is kind of in a mixed residential area, do you have any safety measures, like any whistles on the outside of the buses or anything to signify to pedestrians in the area that a bus is nearby?
Sorry, there was no light. I wasn't quite sure where that was coming from.
Right here.
Yeah, I see it now. Yes, so every time the bus steering wheel goes beyond a certain distance in terms of turning, as soon as it cranks a certain amount, the bus has an audible signal outside that says, danger, bus turning, whatever direction the steering wheel is turning. If the blinker goes on, the same announcement comes on. It says, danger, bus is turning left. So anytime the blinker comes on or the steering wheel goes past a certain angle, those safety mechanisms kick in. Is that enough? We're in uncharted territory here. Most agencies don't do that. So I would have to say that yes, that's enough, but bus pedestrian conflicts are an issue constantly in this industry. You don't see it here, but you see it typically in larger urban areas, and if you've paid close enough attention, which most people wouldn't, Portland or TriMet has an issue with it. So they've hit some pedestrians where the bus driver can't see them because they're in a blind spot. So it's a constant thing that we are working towards. Ultimately, I think if one person gets injured or killed is one too many. So as the technology improves, it's something that I always look at, even though it's not a pressing issue for us here. It's something that's always on my mind.
Okay, thank you. And also, with the anticipation of increased ridership, how soon do you think that the weekend routes would open up, and do you ever foresee possible late night or overnight routes expanding as well?
So the first question is Saturday service. I've had money to do Saturday service since 2017. It has been one problem after another to get it started. So I either didn't have enough vehicles to operate on Saturday, or I didn't have enough staff, dispatchers, to operate on Saturday. And every time I got ahead of one of those, something else would fall apart. So every time I had enough vehicles, then I lost my dispatchers. Every time I had enough dispatchers, then my vehicles broke down. So I'm now very conservative on that estimate, and my guess would be by the summer of this year, we will have started Saturday. Now, as far as late evening goes, we already are operating late evening. We operate one route up and down 6th and 7th that goes to Road Community College, and that operates now from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. In addition to that, today we are starting a new program to open up service to all of the other areas that we normally serve between our normal operating hours that now end at 6:30. And what that service is it's called Mobility on Demand. And what we do with that is, since we don't know what the anticipated demand is going to be, instead of putting a bus out there, we're going to operate our own on-demand service system where somebody can request a ride in real time during those hours within those service areas on a smartphone or smart device, or they can call our office and we will dispatch a vehicle to them. It's a shared ride service, but that will start tonight, and we haven't advertised it yet. We're rolling it out, but that is also one of the technologies that a lot of agencies are trying out, and it seems like very logical to try out that type of service to match your demand rather than just sticking a bus out there and going, up, we're done. It's going to work for everyone. We know that doesn't, so we're doing things like that. So we're pretty innovative here. I'll just go ahead and say it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And lastly, we talked mostly today solely about the Fifth and E location. Can you touch on other proposed locations that you identified throughout this process?
So there's been quite a few that were brought to me. Commissioner Delagrange, or council member, sorry, Delagrange, had obviously brought a few to me as well. Off the top of my head, I can't remember them all. The majority of them were on 6th Street or 7th Street. There's obviously somebody mentioned Greyhound. There was the former Bank of America building between 6th and 7th. There was one across from the old Lions Club that would be 4th Street, I think. That one was the one that came the closest to meeting kind of everything that we were looking at. The issue with that one is, or what made it which made it less desirable than 5th Street, it was its distance from the downtown. And I would have to be taking routes that normally were crossing somewhere in this general vicinity, 5-6 blocks down the road. And like I said, 5-6 blocks doesn't sound like a lot, but when you do it 252 times a year, multiply that by every run we're doing of the day, it's a lot. So if you would like a list, I could supply you with a list.
Thank you.
Thank you, DJ, and then Rob.
Thanks, Scott. Hey, just briefly, you had mentioned that one spot being permanently reserved, that handicap spot or otherwise, for the adjacent apartment building. Is that going to be official, or is that just kind of a verbal commitment?
No, I'll make it official. I want that person to know that they have a spot, because that's something that's, I know it is probably a great concern to them. And I would also like to point out, because I missed it, there's been discussion with the county commissioners of opening up the lot across the street. So there's parking across the street that is currently unused or underutilized, that the county commissioners are open to opening that up specifically as a relation to this project.
That would be just fantastic. And then about that permanence, that would include evenings as well for
Yes,
that
would
one
be
spot?
the only spot that would be allowed to stay overnight.
Understood. Now, about the restroom, I wanted to ask, is the public restroom in the corner there going to be constructed as part of this project or sometime later?
Part of this project.
Okay.
I've already anticipated it and in the process of securing funding, and it would be somewhere over in this location.
Sure, and then that is gonna be an actual public restroom as defined as, it will be a public restroom?
Yes, it
Closed
will.
in the evenings presumably?
It will only be available during our days and times of operation.
Okay, and then the maintenance by the county or Josephine County Transit or whomever?
Correct.
Okay,
The county I will maintain it. I will use county resources to maintain it.
okay, and that's also gonna be like an official demonstration as a part of this, rather than just a verbal commitment?
Yes.
Very good.
It'll
Thank
be
you.
part of this plan. I notified ORW of my intentions weeks ago. So I should have some sort of updated architectural representation of that here soon. But yes, that's not just whatever I need to commit to say, yes, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it.
Thank you, Rob, and then Rick? Oh, just Rick.
Thank you, Scott. So on the public restroom, would you have like a card system, so if somebody wanted to use the restroom, they'd come get a card to get in there, or anybody at any time could take it? Okay, so if there are problems with people occupying the restroom for, I would say unlimited time, but excessive time, then you would just have to address it when it happens. Thank you.
Yeah, it's one of those things that we will have to deal with. I'm confident we can. But yeah, there's some unforeseen issues with it, which is why I wasn't putting it at the beginning, when I first made this, when we first designed all this, it was not part. I was adamantly against it. Since then, I've been persuaded that it is the right thing to do.
Thank you. Vanessa?
Did you have one, Rob? I don't want to, okay. Just to confirm, you did say that during COVID-19 that the ridership decreased, that people changed their transit habits.
Mm-hmm.
Can you please identify when this traffic study was conducted?
The traffic study was done. It must have been, and I don't have it right in front of me. It's part of the application packet, but it seems like it was done, completed in either June or July of 2020, as this project was getting prepared to be presented to as an application. So I'm pretty sure it was right within that timeline.
So it's fair to say that this traffic study could have been impacted by folks changing their transit habits during the pandemic.
Correct.
Thank
That
you.
would be a safe assumption.
Thank you.
Brian?
Hey, Scott. Thanks
How
for
are
the
you?
presentation.
You're welcome.
It was very thorough. I appreciate that. And I don't think anyone up here would say that the transit hub is a bad idea. I think we all understand that a transit hub would be great for our community. The main concern that I'm hearing is around parking. And you mentioned in here, you mentioned something about park and ride and how that relates to this site. And when I hear that, it makes me think we need more parking. But could you speak to the park and ride a little bit?
Mm-hmm. So the only reason I mention that is because I hear it now, and it's not a lot. I might hear it once a month from somebody calling and asking, I need to go to Medford, I don't want to drive. Is there a place that I can park my car and get on your bus? And the answer is, park somewhere around the courthouse, because we don't have anything designated. So that's what it is. It's not a lot, and it's not the park and ride in a traditional sense that you would see in an urbanized area. This is more of a for commuters, or if it was utilized here, it's more like a kiss and ride, which is another term for people dropping people off and having a place to pull their car in while somebody gets out of their car and goes on the bus system. So as far as a park and ride is concerned, normally a park and ride doesn't consist of parking in a downtown urbanized area and then generate itself out It starts out here and then takes transit into the community. So in terms of a traditional park and ride, you're going to see absolutely no use. No use. There's no use for anybody to do it. For the anecdotal evidence of people I know that want to go to Medford, because that's when it started, or Rogue River or Gold Hill, one a month. It's not much, and it's not regular. It's not on a regular trip basis. It's not somebody going to work. It's somebody making an occasional trip for typically what we're hearing is medical use. So I wouldn't necessarily, in my mind, I'm not worried about park and ride in the traditional sense overwhelming our parking lot.
Do you foresee that becoming more of an issue in the future as the transit system grows and as more people utilize it, especially for trips out of town?
It depends. I would, and that's looking in my crystal ball, I still wouldn't necessarily see it. So if I look 20 years out, I would see people going to a transit hub on the outskirts of the urbanized area. And so whether they park there and then ride into the downtown, I could see that. Or they would park there and our commuter route would go to that location, I would see that. But I don't foresee in the future a lot of ridership, specifically cars coming into the downtown to use the transit system, regardless of how fast it grew. It just, that does not meet what you ever see in a park and ride dynamics or automobile use or trip travel patterns. Normally, if somebody's downtown already, they're driving for the most part. They've already driven into town. Why park your car now and jump on the bus? It doesn't happen.
Thank you. Just one more quick question. On the schematic there, it has kind of the pull-ins for the buses where they're at an angle.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just wondering, that sidewalk looks very wide and then the bus is also sticking out. So is there room for the bus to be fully out of the lane of travel and 2 travel lanes and parking on the other side?
Yeah, yes. If you're not familiar with transit or what those sawtooth cuts are, those sawtooth cuts are basically to allow a bus to leave and not be impeded by the vehicle ahead of it. So this entire thing, during the city's presentation, they talked about redesign of the sidewalk system. That's essentially what this is. So the current parking and the current sidewalk and any planter strip, all that is gone. We've moved ourselves far enough into the property that all of our vehicles are outside of that existing lane of traffic. And so they can sit there and load passengers, so we're not impeding any flow. So every single spot you see here is completely out of the travel lane. And also as part of this project, I'll go ahead and just state it, we will be not only putting concrete where all these vehicles are parking, we're going to repave to the center line of the street. The city made a request that if we were going to do this, would I have any objections to paving because the street is a little deteriorated and we could, through some synergy, essentially get the street paved. So that's also part of that doesn't ever get mentioned.
Great. Thank you.
Valerie?
Yes, thank you, Scott, for
Thank
being
you.
here and giving this presentation. As we all know, I have been on the MRMPO and been involved with this process and have watched how slow things go. And I'm excited to finally be there. And I can see that I think that'll be a great improvement to that particular part of town. But as we're talking about the improvements and things coming down and you're improving the 6:30, the service that you're starting, is that for the purposes of like bringing people downtown in the evenings or whatever by increasing your service between 6:30 and 9:30? Is that so they can basically call and get a ride downtown? Is that the kind of or if they're downtown, they can get a ride back? I'm just kind of trying to understand that new service.
So I've always said it, and it's not a cliche, I mean it, and I don't care why you ride, I just care that you ride, or I care about you when you ride. I don't know what the travel patterns are actually going to be. I think there's a combination of what you're asking that yes, that will be happening. So what that dynamic looks like yet, I don't know what the flow of traffic or what the flow of passengers is. Is it in the city or outside the city or a combination of both? I don't know. I just know repeatedly from passenger surveys and community discussions that we needed to operate later into the evening. There's people that get off at 6 o'clock at night that now have an opportunity to go somewhere. It's an expansion of their mobility. And our mobility on demand project, which is essentially, I'll just say we're starting our own Uber service, safer and secure, which is what the priorities were. I don't know how that's going to mix into this as well. So that's going to change some of this dynamic. How, I'm not sure. I just know that there is a demand for service past our current operating of 6 o'clock, and it's the same with Saturday.
I would agree. Thank you.
Rick and then Joel?
So Scott, refresh my memory, is this part of the central business district for zoning?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So there's no parking requirement then?
No,
Thank you.
there's not.
So, Scott, thank you again for coming. I just want to make sure I understand one thing, that I heard it correctly. So that if there's a significant demand for park and ride, that it would not be done at this facility, but would be done at a satellite facility, where there was adequate parking. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, that's what I would anticipate. But let's just say I'm completely wrong. I would approach the county and say, hey, how many of these spaces across the street can I get designated for a park and ride? I would do that. But I don't think I'm wrong. It's just it doesn't meet the travel patterns of what a typical park and ride.
But there would also be the
does.
flexibility in the future to have it out at the fairgrounds or whatever, and the bus comes by and picks them up.
Correct. Typically, that is exactly what you see from a park and ride, is an existing route or a transit service is going specifically to some area outside the urbanized area or on the fringe to pick people up who are parking there and then bring them into the urbanized area, the core of the downtown. That's traditionally what you see.
Okay, thank you.
Brian?
Do the routes that go to Rogue River, Gold Hill, Medford, will they originate from this hub?
Yes, they will.
Okay, thanks.
And while I'm here, I'll let you know that the amount of ridership generated from that route is higher in Medford than it is in Grants Pass. Yeah.
DJ?
When are you planning on building this?
I need to get final designs through the city. I need to select a shelter, and I want this body's tacit approval and saying, yeah, we think that this is a good idea for our community, and we agree that not everybody likes this location, but it's the best we have, or some semblance of that. I want to be a community partner.
Thank you. Do we have further questions for Scott? Thank you for being here and giving us all this background and answering our questions. I think everybody has a lot more information than we did before. Is there any council discussion?
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Okay. Board is also here to present? Okay.
Is it okay if I remove my mask? I have a hard time talking with it on. Is everybody okay with that? Yes, no? I've seen other speakers do it when I watch the meeting, so is that okay or
So,
is that not?
the thing about the mask is we're technically not supposed to, so,
Okay.
yeah.
So I have, first of all, I'd like to say, well, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. Scott gave a presentation, the one presentation that he gave to the council in September of last year, and no one else was really allowed or asked to speak at that, so I appreciate this opportunity. I have no objection to a new transit hub. I think I think that the bus system provides some really needed services. So I don't object to a transit hub at all. It's just basically the things that I object to are the location and the fact that the public has been excluded largely from this process. The list of meetings that were held, I don't know too many business people downtown or otherwise that have the time to attend every RV Act meeting and all the other, ODOT meetings and so forth where there might be a discussion of the bus hub. I just don't know anybody that has the time to do that. So I don't have the ability to do a PowerPoint, but I did bring for everybody and distributed a couple items. One is a packet of information here on the things that like the parking task force recommendations and conclusions. Also a DVD, which I would encourage everyone to watch. It's about 30 minutes long. It was recorded by Public Broadcasting KSYS Channel 8 TV in the 1990s, and it's one of the best local documentaries I've ever seen. The subject is the downtown reconstruction project of the 1990s. And so I would not at all question that Scott is an expert on buses. However, I don't believe that he's an expert on surviving in business, conducting a retail business, making public policy, those types of things. So he has a focus, and that is running a bus system, and he's obviously doing a really good job of that. For those of you that don't know, this project in the 1990s that redid the downtown was considered the most successful downtown redo in the state of Oregon. I personally volunteered over 1,000 hours during that 5-year period. I was appointed by the city council at that time to be the chairman of the Citizens Advisory Committee for the reconstruction of 6th and 7th Streets downtown. And it was the entire length of both 6th and 7th Streets. And I was also the president of the Town Center Association at the time. So I think that experience actually qualifies me somewhat to look at a project like this and comment on it. Those 1,000 hours were a combination of activities. The first thing was making the community aware of, the project and what was involved and what was going to happen and what the potential impacts were, including the loss of about 360 parking spaces downtown, including cutting the downtown sidewalks in half so that instead of 11.5 and 12-foot sidewalks, which they are currently, they would have been 5 3/4 and 6 feet wide. So we wouldn't have sidewalk dining today. We would not have big crowds for Boatnick on the sidewalk or for Back to the 50s. We would have had we wouldn't even have a downtown, in my opinion, and most people that really understand what was proposed by ODOT and supported by the city at the time initially, we wouldn't have this downtown. And on this DVD, it goes into the details, and the people that are featured on the DVD include community leaders. Gift Gates is on here, Ruth McGregor, the city manager at the time, Bill Peterson, Grace Cronican, who was the director of ODOT for the entire state. She ran the whole organization. So I think it would be worth your 30 minutes, not only to see from a historical perspective how our downtown is where it is today, because that was our design. That was basically the Citizens Advisory Committee's design, working with staff, working with Bobby Copeland, who's also on the DVD, we came up with the design. The ODOT design was 4 lanes of traffic, and they were basically going to make it a speedway through town. Their whole objective was to move people out of downtown as quickly as possible. The speed limit would have increased. There would have been 4 lanes of traffic, skinny little sidewalks, and no amenities were proposed at all. And so over the planning process, finally, when we were finally able to convince the city that this was serious and needed to have more public involvement, that finally happened. And at that point, we formed a solution team. And that solution team would meet, basically I was in meetings Monday through Friday for years. And we would meet a lot of times in the city manager's office. It was a half a dozen people, a couple from ODOT, the city manager, myself, an engineer. And so ultimately we came up with the plan that you see out there today. And the city, the project at that time was about $13 million. Most of that was paid by ODOT. The city did chip in about $1 million, and this is in 1990s dollars. Today that project would probably be $30 million. But it was at that time that the city finally realized this should be about community. It shouldn't just be a speedway through town to satisfy ODOT's way of doing business. And if you watch the DVD, you'll see that the director of ODOT states that it really did change the way they do business in Oregon, this project in Grants Pass. That's how important it was and the lasting legacy, I think, for ODOT. And I think if you watch this, you'll see that any public project of any size should undergo this same kind of process that happened, the collaboration that happened and made our downtown so successful. So I think when people say you can't work with ODOT, I have to disagree. ODOT is a taxpayer-funded agency, and they're here, they should be here to serve our communities. And I think the director of ODOT in the 90s on this DVD makes it clear that that's what they will do from then on. So if somebody says you can't work with ODOT, forget it. That's not true. So as far as the refuting all the claims, I mean, if I would have had access to this PowerPoint, I would like to be able to, and maybe I will follow up, get a copy of Scott's PowerPoint and refute. But we don't have time to do all that today, but one thing that I want to correct on his presentation in the beginning was he said there was a 120-day appeal period from the date of the council decision. That's incorrect. I have Marcus shaking his head yes, and I do have actually with me a copy of the appeal document, and it states that there's a 21-day appeal period. So the reason I found that out is because one of the property and business owners in the affected neighborhood had that information, and she actually called the city, and that's Denise Holland, who has spoken to the council, I think, in the past, sitting back here. She and her husband own a business there directly across from the proposed location, and she called the city to find out about appealing it. She didn't know anything about it, really, that the project had been approved until she saw an article in the Daily Courier the day after the council approved the proposed plan. And it was proposed with, it was approved with no public restrooms. It was approved with the fact that the spaces within the transit hub would not be open to the general public, only bus customers. So there were no conditions placed on it at all. So I have to say, some good suggestions have been made for changes, and there's been progress made there. And why? Because because I, for one, talked to Dandy Young and had an extensive conversation with him and said, how do you run people to Medford or back to Grants Pass on a 50-minute excursion with no stops along the way for a restroom? You don't know how long it's been before they get on the bus, and then when they get back, it's probably going to be the first thing that a lot of people have to do. It's crazy. So we talked about a lot of things, and I think it's good to see that some progress is made. And where did that progress come from? It came from community input, okay? From myself, from the Hollands. The Hollands also, Denise Holland also, and I didn't even meet her until, I don't know, a couple of months ago, 2 or 3 months ago. So she called and asked if I'd stop by. She had a petition, which is included in your packet that I brought, that has close to 200 signatures. And it's almost all of the business and property owners in the affected neighborhoods, which is, the neighborhoods are going to be E, D, and Fifth are going to be, definitely the most impacted. So I heard Mimosas was mentioned, and when Scott said that, nobody was parked on Fifth Street today. Well, Mimosas, like Councilor Pell, I think, pointed out, they're closed Sunday, Monday. When they're closed, there's parking on E and on Fifth, generally. When they're open the other 5 days, forget it. They're using the parking lot for the Redwood Towers. And every spot on the street, it's difficult to find a place to park on E or on Fifth when Mimosas is open because they are so popular. And as far as the concept that I heard suggested that, well, maybe these bus riders are going to come in and buy a cup of coffee. I can tell you that the owner of the property of the building that houses Mimosas, as well as the owner of the business, as well as the managers and employees of Mimosas, signed the petition saying that they think this location is problematic and will negatively impact their business. One business owner that owns a little organic juice cafe restaurant on D Street, True Juice, he spoke to the council back in September and said that the on-street spaces that were going away are basically where his customers park, and he was concerned whether he would be able to stay in business. So as far as experts, again, it comes down to, I know Commissioners DeYoung and Fowler, and they don't really, unless you own a business downtown, it's hard to understand the importance of having a parking place or two, somewhere adjacent. I remember Commissioner Fowler making the comment that, not having any parking for 2 or 3 blocks and having to walk 2 or 3 blocks, that's a good problem to have. Well, I don't know if he would feel that way as an electrician if he had to, lug all of his tools and supplies 2 or 3 blocks to his job site and then back when he left the job. Same thing with Commissioner DeYoung. He was in a similar business, an HVAC business. And I don't think anybody wants to lug their groceries or the items that they purchased downtown 2 or 3 blocks. This is not a college town. It's largely a retirement community. And so we need parking, and we have rainy weather. And I think in this location, we're losing 2 handicap spaces, I believe. I mean, there's 2 existing there now, and from what I see, they're both going away. As Scott mentioned, one of those spaces is used for just that butts right up to the terminal. There is the apartment building, which is next to Mimosas, that I believe has 13 apartments. And so all of those people park right there, including the disabled woman. So I mean, losing two disability spaces in that neighborhood is a real problem, in my opinion. So it really is the location that is important. And while restrooms, adding addition of a restroom, and saying that, the parking spaces within the bus hub lot will be open to public parking, those are good improvements, but there's just a lot of other issues here. I think if you go downtown and spend a little time and walk the street there, and look at the distance, if you stand on Fifth Street and E Street, and you just look at how narrow that street is, how narrow E Street is, there's no way. I mean, we actually did measurements on the streets. This is a diagram here that shows E Street one way, F Street's down here. This is Fifth Street. And so we measured, the parking areas on each side of the street. We measured the width of a bus, which is 10 feet. We measured a typical SUV, a pickup truck, a typical car, and tried to put those on the street here and see how they would fit, and then having a bus either parked or coming along as well. And if you've got vehicles going each in an opposite direction at the same time when a bus is coming, they won't all fit. If you put pedestrians and bicyclists in that mix, wow. I mean, I know that a traffic study was conducted, but I also know enough about the traffic flow there because I have a building that was that's less than a block away from the proposed location. And by the way, I didn't get a notice, even though I was less than a block away. That didn't fall within the 100 feet parameter. So yes, only 11 property owners. That's all that was notified, 11 property owners. No business people were notified, none. I talked to Travis Boersma not too long after it became public through the Courier and so forth. He told me he didn't even know about it, and he said, that's crazy. That location is crazy for a bus hub. Of course, he's on D Street, has his coffee shop there. So the lack of public notice was overwhelming, with only 11 people being notified. And I don't think it's acceptable. I have, and I think I put a copy of it, or we put a copy in the packet. This is an article that was in the Daily Courier from February 2016. Valerie was on the council and Rick at the time. And this was a land use issue about expanding the historic district. And this says, the headline is Public Input Sought on Plan to Expand City's Historic District. And it goes on to tell how the Historical Building and Sites Commission had a public forum right here in the council chambers, very well attended, pre-COVID. Every seat in the house was taken, and people had an opportunity to ask questions and talk for as long as they wanted. We weren't buzzing them, Everybody had their opportunity to ask as many questions, and we answered those questions. And there was also multiple notices sent out to every property owner, more than one time, telling them that if they didn't want to participate in this, that they could opt out and so forth. As it turns out, we had an 85% opt-in rate because that's how popular our historic district is. And we really can't afford to be chipping away at downtown and saying, well, if there's no parking requirements required in the CBD, then we should just put anything in there and just keep doing it and chipping away. And pretty soon, the downtown that we have is no longer the downtown that we have. So I think the fact that the parking task force, which is it was appointed by the city council, and it was basically as a result of multiple merchant meetings where the conversation always got around to parking problems. And so our city manager said, it's time to form a parking task force, and they did. And we met from summer of 2019 through summer of 2020, twice a month. We had good staff representation. Laura Glover was on it. We had an officer from public safety. We had a public works person. We would take tours in a van and drive around and look at different areas and observe, the parking situation and made recommendations. One of them, which was unanimous by the parking task force, was for the city council to look at alternative locations for the bus hub. And we suggested some. We did not suggest 6th and A, and the reason we didn't was because we were told that we couldn't discuss 6th and A because it wasn't downtown, and we were a downtown parking task force. The 6th and A, I still think, is a very workable location. I've, walked it, driven it. As far as the buses circulating internally, which Scott is recommending, I've seen bus terminals in most every other city I've been in, including Eugene, where the bus terminals are, even larger than this lot. But they're parked inside and they're circulating inside. So as far as them being on 6th Street, and I'm not saying that they should be, I think it's fine to have something like is being proposed here in the proper location, but this just doesn't, for all the reasons and more, just doesn't seem to be the right location. Other locations that were suggested were the since then, in fact, Dandy Young, in a conversation that I had with him several months ago, he said, I think 7th and D behind the Powderhorn would have been a great location, but it's not available. And I said, actually, it is available now, Dan. And he said, really? And he, I guess, hadn't seen the sign that property there at 7th and D is available. So that was one location that was suggested. 6th and A, 7th and L, 6th and L, the northwest corner. There's 2 lots there. One is paved with nothing on it. The Catalyst pizza food truck, which has great pizza, by the way, is parked there. And then adjacent to that, there's a grass lot with a fence in between. The Bank of America lot down there. The thing is they have the close access to 6th Street, but none of those do they have to enter or exit on 6th Street. For example, if it was at 6th and A, they can come out on A, and I see them go down A all the time. I've actually parked out here and watched the buses and, where they go. There's plenty of room for a bus to come out of this lot onto A Street and either go this way or this way, go east or west. And typically I see them, they go down A Street, continue on. Sometimes you've got a dedicated turn lane here. A Street is 8 feet wider than 5th Street. And that 8 feet is room for one more vehicle.
Just
Yes?
to get this back to parking, do you think that if the county were to allow public parking in the county lot across the street, that would help mitigate the parking issues associated with the bus hub?
Over here?
At the D&E location.
It might help a little bit. I don't think I think that, again, that's another helpful factor, just like a restroom is a help. But I don't think, because of when we're out of COVID and the juries are meeting again and up to full speed again, I think that's going to be real limited what the availability is. It also doesn't solve the problem. I think that that eventually they're going to say, with the size of these buses and so forth, they're going to say, well, we're going to have to take more on-street parking away here. It's just not wide enough. I don't believe if you look at if you actually do the measurements, which we did, and you put the vehicles on there and you know, a car parked on the side, there's just not room. There's not clearance.
So I think what I heard Scott say is that the whole sidewalk system is going to be redone, and they're going to bring the sidewalk in from the current location so that there'll be more room on the street for the buses.
It opens it
to
up
be
in
parked.
that one little area there, but the rest of Fifth Street is, you know, just as narrow, I mean, just as narrow. So there's just multiple issues, and it's, you know, there isn't time, obviously, to go into all of them. But I do want to say, as far as the, you know, the noticing part of it, I have a couple of little sound clips that I would like to, hopefully if I can play it over the microphone here, that I'd like you to hear. One of them is from a county commissioner meeting, and it is Dandy Young speaking. Like this. Okay.
Information such as this out to you earlier rather than the end of the day where you read it on the front page of the paper. I would rather have you, in on the ground floor, all of you, to give us some ideas as to.
Oops. Well, that's obviously not going to work as good as I would like it to. I'm going to just tell you what that Commissioner DeYoung said, and that is that he wasn't happy with the way the noticing went, and that he didn't really think it was adequate, and that he hoped in the future that it was done much better and much earlier, so that there was really actually a public process and more people actually knew about it. I know when the Courier did an article right after it was approved, that the reporter went down and talked to, a lot of adjacent businesses, and virtually none of them knew about it. So the noticing process and the public process was sadly lacking. I think it was encouraging. I have another recording on here from Commissioner Bertschiger at their last meeting, where he stated that he felt that they should honor the petition of close to 200 signatures and have a public forum. And I thought that was very encouraging. That's, I think, more in line with the council that we have, the new council that we have, as opposed to the council we had last year. And so I thought that was very encouraging that Commissioner Bertschiger was suggesting a public forum.
Ward, this is a county project.
Pardon me?
This is a county project, so if the commissioners wanted to change course, that would be on them, not on us.
Well, it is in city limits and it requires city approval.
But they don't need our approval to change direction.
Well, so all I'm encouraging is a conversation, an open conversation and collaboration, as occurred with other land use decisions, such as expanding the historic district or the reconstruction of downtown. That's all I'm suggesting, is a collaborative process where the whole community is allowed to weigh in and is heard, and ultimately you end up with a superior product. I don't think, as far as site selection, I don't believe that the best method of site selection is, well, we own that property, and so we don't have to put out any money for it. That's a similar type of process, I would say, as if someone wants to open a business and they're looking for a location and trying to select a location, and they say, well, I'm going to just take whatever's the cheapest location I can find. not a good way to choose a location. And I think that applies here.
I would agree with you personally. However, we
Are
have
we-
been on this topic for almost 2 hours, and I'm getting concerned about the duration here. So I don't want to cut you off, but we've moved well beyond the parking issue
Okay,
that the
so,
parking
so I do
task
know
force-
that Scott had 35 minutes, and I didn't start until 10 after 1. So I would like to, just if I could, make a few more points, if that's okay with the council.
Okay.
Thank you. I do think that is really the bottom line here, is that having a public forum and allowing the community to be heard, allowing the stakeholders to be heard. I think it's important that we not curtail those existing businesses. This is not a situation where somebody moves in next to an airport and says, you know, that damn airport's too loud. It's not that. This has been a long existing, very successful mixed-use neighborhood. I mean, it's the best kind of neighborhood you could have, because you have restaurants, you have apartments, you have residential, you have offices with professional people. You couldn't ask for a better, more successful mix, and it's a very important part of downtown. And not only could it damage these businesses, but it also will stifle any future growth there. It would prevent Redwood Towers from ever opening, I would think, because they will have no parking, or if they did, Mimosas would no longer have any parking. So I think that that's really important to consider, not only the current economic situation and the livelihoods of those business owners and their families and all of their employees. I think they should be heard and considered. I think that the city owes them that. And so this is a city decision as well as a county decision, and all I'm asking for again is that we let the community be heard, have a public forum, and see if we can come to some sort of a consensus, just like the council tries to do, is come to a consensus. I think that would be a win-win. I'll mention also Weekend Brewery moved out of town, up onto Washington, out of downtown, primarily because of the parking issue. They wanted to lease or buy the property at 6th and E, and Mr. Yoho was on the parking task force, and basically that's one of the major reasons they moved out of downtown, is the lack of existing parking and then the potential impacts of the bus hub. So if we can all come together and work on a collaborative solution and just take a look at the other locations. Scott has indicated, even I've seen it 2 or 3 times in print, that he is willing to look at other locations, and that yes, it could cause some delay, but sometimes a delay is good. And I've heard some counselors say that sometimes it's better to go a little bit slower to come up with the best possible project. So with that, I'll conclude, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Thank you. Rob?
So you mentioned the DVD. Did you already hand those out, or are you going to hand those out, the DVD you had in your hand? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see mine.
The DVD?
Okay. So the reason that I bring it up is that, you know, I actually watched the DVD yesterday, as you know, Ward. I hadn't seen it for probably 20 years, and it was extremely, extremely powerful. And what I really got out of that, and it brought back memories as well, is that, quite frankly, ODOT was, at that time, considered to be a monster. They were not at all flexible. They were not willing to be collaborative. They did not care about, and this is the ODOT, the director of ODOT even said this. I encourage everybody, by the way, the roundtable discussion on that DVD, in my opinion, and that included the ODOT director, the city manager at that time, as well as a citizen. The roundtable discussion was amazingly informative and very inspiring. I feel it should be mandatory viewing for all city managers across the state. And when they talk about how ODOT had an idea that they were just going to do what they were going to do, and they really didn't care about the community. And that's what the ODOT director even said on the DVD. And after a couple of years of the business community mostly saying, no, we're interested in community and quality of life and everything else. And that is what made ODOT be flexible. And she's very clear about that, and she's very clear about that being the lesson that she learned. So anybody that says, because I've heard it from county commissioners, I've heard it from city councilors saying, oh, you have no idea what it's like to deal with ODOT. They're brutal, you know. You got to watch that DVD because it's a lesson of Grants Pass history that probably most of the people in this room don't know. So that's a really powerful DVD, and I'll look for mine in the pile here. But I did watch it yesterday again, and again, it brought back a lot of both good and bad memories from those times. But that was a real success story of working with ODOT by getting the community together for input. And just briefly, on a smaller scale, I'd like to mention too, in 2014, Mayor Fowler at that time actually went on the radio, he was on KJO, and he said, you know, our plan is for 5th Street between G&H, we are removing all the parking, that's the way it is, we're putting in a plaza, and that's the way it is. And the meetings, the surrounding business people and stakeholders were asked to come to a meeting just to decide things like the color of the metal fixtures on the lights and what kind of seats, but not the project itself. And interesting that I'm right there, and I wasn't invited to the meeting, but I went anyway. And in any event, the point that I want to make is myself and Jeff Tompkins, who was at that time, the owner of the property where Chet's was, we actually made that a grassroots movement to get people involved in that situation. And if anybody's seen the new downtown plan that James Love was disseminating last year, it is so much better than what the community development director, who was Michael Black at the time, and John Bowen, who owns the property right there, those two were advocating strongly for a plan that is far inferior to the one that we're going to have. And the only reason it was changed is because citizens spoke up and were listened to. So I would encourage a very similar process to happen. And I find it amazing, because I didn't actually even know until you said today that you have a building a block away, which I knew, but you didn't even get a notice. And that's just, anybody who says there was noticing and public input, if a building owner a block away didn't get a notice, I'm sorry, there was no noticing. There was no good faith noticing. And if it was good faith, it certainly was not very effective. So I would encourage that we do listen more to the people who are right there. I think that there are probably alternatives that Scott could work with really well. I mean, I've been watching him out of the, in my peripheral for, probably a decade now, and he does a really good job in many ways. There's no doubt about it. And I have no doubt that he would do a good job at a different location as well, especially if the location could even be a better location. So I think that we need to listen to the people in that neighborhood. I don't think a good faith effort was made to notify all those people. And you can say there was a dozen different meetings and there was 2 people at each meeting, but there was, I'll bet today is probably more light shed on that subject in its entirety. I'll bet today's meeting is probably as much or more as the other 10 meetings combined. But that's what we need to do, is listen to the people in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, those business and property owners contribute a heck of a lot to this community, not only in terms of property taxes, but also on the services and products that they provide. So, anything else?
Hang on, Rick, do you have a question for Ward?
Yes, Ward. Thank you for your service in the community over the years. Really appreciate your input and so forth. I do have some questions. When I was going through the list that was in here, I was noticing a lot of the people are not from this area. Rogue River, Williams, even California, Napa, California, Merlin, and so forth, and yet they're not in favor of this. So I'm, of course,
I think they were, some of those. I didn't do the petitions circulation at all.
Okay.
I signed one, but I noticed that they're not all Josephine County residents. It is a Josephine County transit system. I noticed they're not all Josephine County residents, but I think some of them, some of the businesses on Fifth and E and so forth asked to have the petition. They signed, asked to have it, and then they had customers that would come in that, signed it. So they're all people that either own the businesses, the properties, or that are customers of those businesses.
Okay. So one thing I see in here, you're concerned about stifling the growth by this hub being here, and yet you're familiar with the CBD, the Central Business District zoning, which does not require parking. And what I see is a severe impact upon the applicant, even though it's a county, the severe impact, not presently, but even in the future, upon new businesses, because right now, the impact or the response that's coming back is people are not in favor of this for parking, and yet the applicant has addressed parking, that they will have overflow parking across the street. They are providing parking on site. They're also going to be providing a restroom. And if a new business comes in any of the vacant buildings, like you have your place, there is no requirement that they even provide one parking space. So I feel like there's an inconsistency here right now. And I'm in favor of the process, even though it may be not to the liking and we didn't have maybe as many public hearings as people would like to have seen, that the applicant went through the process as it was required. If we start rocking that boat, we're opening up a whole new door. So I'm concerned about that. And I know the CBD is concerned about parking, and yet this applicant is providing parking. So how do you feel?
Yeah, I don't see it as I didn't hear anything definite about the number of spaces or where or what hours they were going to be provided. It's kind of like at the presentation he made to the council last year, that when asked about would the spaces in the transit hub be open to the public, he basically said no, it would be bus customers. So without seeing some sort of a plan, and again, I mean, that's why, as far as I'm concerned, those are questions, valid questions that need to be asked. But I can tell you that if you go down in that area and you see, and you're down there and you observe it a few times, you'll see it's very difficult to find a place to park. Very difficult when Mimosas is open. So I think, and the park and ride, which was a great question that Brian asked about, specifically, so if that starts to expand, because if people can ride a bus, so basically they can come in and they can park their car there and ride a bus to Medford for a couple of bucks. I mean, it cost me $10 to drive to Medford and back, right? So they can ride a bus to Medford for a couple of bucks, and in the meantime, and go shop over there while they're taking up a customer parking place here in Grants Pass for somebody that would be dining or shopping at Grants Pass. I don't think that's a real good plan in that location. From the fairgrounds or someplace like that, like Councilor King mentioned, the fairgrounds, that would be an awesome place to do it. But there are other locations downtown, because I know they want this to be close to downtown. There are other locations downtown that would work much better, and those two little lots there that they're proposing to use for the bus hub, actually, I mean, I would be willing to talk to the property owners and businesses in those neighborhoods and say, would you guys be willing to enter into an LID to buy those two lots from the city and pave those and actually use them to service those parking, those neighborhoods? There's only one parking lot north of G Street. That's it. There's 7 within a 2-block radius of 5th and H. 1 north of G Street. That doesn't seem equitable to start removing parking or threatening parking in an area that was already identified by the city's parking consultant. He very clearly alluded in his report to that this is the most parking starved neighborhood of town. And so to continue to threaten that parking or to take it away or to impact it in this way makes no sense. Like I said, I'd be willing to see about forming an LID if the city doesn't want to step up and pay the $132,000 or whatever it is for those parking lots, to have the businesses there pay for it. We need more parking there. There's just no, it's not debatable.
Thank you. Brian, did you have a question? No. Valerie?
Well, I'm just going to say that, okay, we have a parking problem, but a solution to a parking problem is mass transit. And we just heard him say that more people come to Grants Pass from Medford than go from Medford to Grants Pass. So if you want to open up our businesses downtown and we have a real parking problem, then let's get a transit system that works, that brings these people downtown. And so I am going to argue with you and say, we have worked long and hard on this. And you're right, it's hard to get people to go to MRMPO meetings. And I have worked my fanny off to get a citizens action group to try to get people interested in that, because nobody's interested until after the fact. And that's where we're at.
What do you do about it?
What do we do about it? I'm not sure.
Now we know. So now that we know, and that's what I'm saying.
Sarah,
just
can I-
threw that
point
off
of
the
order,
top of
point of
my head
order.
today.
Point of order.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing for it. I'm just saying,
Val-
I think this is a solution.
Do you have
This
a
is
question
solution.
for Ward?
Yes.
Yes. I guess my question is, do you see this as a possible solution of bringing people into downtown Grants Pass through the use of buses, people who might not otherwise come down because they don't want to hassle with the parking? Do you see that as
No, I
maybe
wanna
down in
answer
the
it.
future being something that could be?
I'm sorry, Valerie, my hearing doesn't keep up with the rest of me, so I may have misunderstood your question initially, but if you're asking me, do I think that buses bringing people from Bedford to downtown is a good thing? I think it could be, but not in that location, just because there are other locations where it won't impact the neighborhoods nearly as much that have more parking availability. But I think that rather than just ask me that question, I think it would be great if we could have a public forum and you could ask that question to a whole lot of other people maybe that own businesses there, rather than just me. But yes, I think ultimately that it could be a good thing, but just not in that location.
Thank you for coming down to represent the parking task force and downtown merchants.
Yeah, thanks for
Ward.
allowing me to, I appreciate it.
All right. Yeah, Rob.
So I just want to make sure everybody got the DVD, because it wasn't in, I haven't been able to find it in my pile yet, because it is very, very powerful. And
I have it. Would you like to borrow a copy?
I would advise, it's 30 minutes that would be very, very well spent for anybody who's in a leadership position in government. I would probably like to give everybody a chance to view that, but at some future time, I mean, I want the council, I'd like to see the council basically discuss whether or not we feel that we should urge the county to take another look at this. And I think that at this point, legally, is probably all the council can do, is to officially request that the county take a look at this and have, basically, it's at least start the last part of the process again, meaning the public notification, the discussion, and things of that nature. So I'd like to give people a week or so or whatever to look at that DVD, and sometime in the relatively near future, I'd like to have the council discuss writing a letter that we request the county commissioners to take another look at this in a way that's much more open and inclusive.
Is there further council discussion? DJ?
Yeah, so my takeaway is Scott Chansey and Josephine County Transit in the county, they desire council's blessing for this. There's one side. The other side is we have clear pushback from our constituents. So I don't have the answer here, but I think coming up with some resolve is appropriate.
Rick?
Do we want to take any sort of poll to discern direction at this point, if people need more time and want to look at the DVD, or do we individually have assurances of the direction we want to go at this time, is the question.
Do you feel like you're ready to make a decision, or do you want further, more time to think about it?
I'm comfortable with stating my position. I'm supportive of the applicant in the process that's gone through, not saying the process isn't perfect and can't be changed in the future, but I feel the impact, the long-term impact, not on this, only this application, but other applications down there with the CBD district, that as a planner, I'm just concerned that we're overextending our input on the ability of the developer to proceed.
Further, Brian?
Well, if we're stating where we're at, I'm on the other side. I think that we have a petition with 200 signatures from our constituents in that neighborhood that are very concerned about the impacts of this transit hub on that neighborhood. And I, for one, am inclined to listen to them and at the very least send a letter to the commissioners asking them to provide a public forum for these petitioners and for other constituents so that they at least feel heard, and so that all of the information can be put out there publicly to everyone's satisfaction.
Valerie?
I will just publicly, taking a look at it, I think there was probably 35 of the 200 signatures I saw in there that were from the neighborhood. There were several from Rogue River, there were some from California, there were some from Applegate Valley. So I contest that there were over 200 people in that area, no different than we had over 250 people just a couple weeks ago at the north end of town who were against the warming shelter. No different than we have signatures from over 1,000 people in our community wanting a rise in a lowering of our water rate changes. I'm not going to use that to say that I'm going to make a change. I think that this ship has passed. They have gone through everything required to make it pass. And by us, I think we're legally opening our door to a problem because they have done everything. At least two of those people who signed the petition were noticed. They were one of the 11 people noticed, and we didn't hear about them at the meeting, and we specifically put it out in the newspaper to bring it directly to City Council so that we could have that public discussion. So I think the reality of it is there have been over 30 public meetings. This has gone clear up to the state level. This has gone. I think that you're making a big mistake by stopping it again just because there's a new council aboard and you have a different feeling. That's how I feel. So I'm very much in favor of just moving forward and giving them our blessing.
Rob?
Well, to respond a little bit to Valerie, I would say that there's never the wrong time to make the right decision. And I think if we actually want to we don't even have to go to 30,000-foot view. If we go to about a 3,000-foot view and look down and we realize that 100 feet noticing district is actually laughable, right? I mean, that's like a joke. And the fact that there were 11 people notified, 11 in a 100-foot radius, I mean, that is no kind of good faith noticing attempt. And I just don't believe anybody could look themselves in the eye or look themselves in the mirror and say that 100 feet is reasonable. So regardless of how many people sign the petition or where they're from, a 100-foot radius is not acceptable in any world that I live in. So I actually, if we're going to make any kind of decision, I would like to, I'm all in favor of writing a letter to the county commissioners, urging them to repeat that part of the process and to look at other options, because I don't feel that the public was involved in this process sufficiently.
Mark?
I just want to comment, Councilor Lovelace implied that maybe we could be open ourselves up to some kind of legal issues, and I don't think the councilor meant true legal issues with this, but really, you know, the status of it's an approved project. The county was the applicant. It's within the county's purview to decide, well, okay, fine, due to public sentiment or whatnot, we'll consider a different location, which, by the way, the council would have to approve all over again. It was a 21-day appeal period. Ward was correct about that, and that obviously long since passed. I do want to comment on the notice radius. So our code is 100-foot notice, and that's in keeping with state law. So I just want everybody to know that we followed the law on that. Obviously, you can look at certain instances of approvals in some cases and say, well, given the circumstances, maybe that was not adequate. That's more of a subjective value judgment on that. But I just want everybody to know that we did follow proper procedure.
And I'll add that in addition to that notification, Ward has included in his pamphlet here, the Daily Courier story from from August 9th, that would have provided community notice that this was coming up September 2nd. So even though that's outside the bounds of the city's obligation to notify people, it was out there in the community ahead of time. Obviously, it's important to stay informed about the goings-on in our community, and that's one of the ways that we can do that is by reading the newspaper. I guess at this time, we need to take a council poll. Do you want to continue talking about this now? Do you want to bring it up on a future meeting, or are we done with it? Does somebody want to make a motion on a proposed direction there? Brian?
Well, I don't, if we need to talk about it at a future meeting, so be it. I would be reluctant to do so. We've spent a lot of time on it today. I would be in favor of sending a letter to the commissioners, asking them to have a public forum to address the community concerns. And I would maybe have the poll be on that.
So to write a letter, a poll on writing a letter. Okay, so let's go ahead and do it. I'll call you out if you are supporting sending a letter to the commissioners at this time. Say yes. Brian?
Yes.
King?
Oh, I'm kind of perplexed. I'll say no.
OJ?
Yes.
Phaser?
Yes.
Pell?
Yes.
Lovelace?
No.
Riker?
No.
4 yes. Okay. All right, well, I guess we will have to talk about that.
So, yeah, Mayor, I can just, I could either send it with my signature or for your signature, just send a letter to the Board of Commissioners stating basically the spirit of that motion, which is that we encourage the commissioners to hold a public forum to provide input and allow the public an opportunity to comment on the bus transit station.
Yes, Brian?
I think I would prefer it to be signed or sent from council as opposed to the city manager. And I would also like for us to have an opportunity to review it before it's sent.
Could you have somebody draft that up and then we'll review it next week?
Certainly.
All right. Is that okay? We'll talk about it again next Monday? Have a look at the letter? Okay. Thanks for all the time on this, and I think a couple questions on the agenda regarding the public safety funding. Is that the chief? Do we have anyone else here for that topic?
So that is just the chief responding to the $230,000 line item in your budget that was identified as a $900,000 service level change. Council is wanting some additional information, so is the chief having a discussion with you on what that represents.
Okay. I think just because we do have people here for the COVID and parklet issue, I'm going to move that forward on the agenda, and then we'll do the agenda and public safety afterwards.
Sarah?
Yes.
Regarding agenda review, I talked with Rob, and there was a couple items that we think we need to address in agenda review, but agenda review comes before them, so we might want to, I mean, agenda review might get moved down again, or we could just move it down to the bottom now. But I just wanted to let you know that I had that conversation about a couple items.
Okay, but there's not people here, that's just the council that needs to discuss that, right? I know that people have been waiting for 2 hours now to discuss the COVID and parklet and alley use topic. So I think we'll move that forward on the agenda. And everything else, as far as I'm aware, is just council and city staff. Is that correct? Okay. In that case, let's take a 5-minute break, and then we will talk about item D. All right, so welcome back. It's been brought to my attention, we had a misvote on the last issue regarding the letter. So I'll hand it over to Councilor Frazier.
Yeah, so I think revote or reconsideration is appropriate. I misvoted in the preference for the letter to the commissioners. I would like to vote no on that. So the proper proceeding, if you don't mind, Mark.
Yeah, so the proper procedure in that case, it's essentially a vote of reconsideration. The council rules allow a vote of reconsideration. You have to raise that by the next meeting. If you could do it by the next meeting, I see no problem with doing it within the meeting. And so someone on the winning side of that motion, which would be the yes, would have to make a motion to reconsider. So if Councilor Fazer is so inclined, he can make a motion to reconsider that last vote you took. That takes a second for the motion to move forward. Then there'd be a vote on the motion, the question of whether or not to reconsider. And if that motion carries, then you would have a revote on the question in general of that you want to reconsider.
So that being said, given that I misvoted, I move to reconsider the vote.
Is there a second? Valerie, second? All right. And then we need a motion on the,
Discussion would be the normal course. I don't know
Okay.
if that's required, but that would be offered. And then assuming no further discussion or when that concludes, then you would have a vote on the motion that was just seconded.
okay, so is there discussion on the topic of the letter to the commissioners regarding the transit hub?
So this would be discussion about whether or not to reconsider.
Oh, sorry, we
Yeah.
haven't voted yet on that, have we? Okay, is there discussion on the motion to reconsider? Joel?
So is it that narrow a topic, or is it on the original?
It's narrowed just simply to whether or not to reconsider.
To reconsider?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's already been decided. Okay.
Okay, no discussion on the movement to reconsider. We will vote on the motion to reconsider. Brian?
No.
Joel?
Yes.
Vanessa?
No.
DJ?
Yes.
Rob?
So this is, I'm sorry.
This is on whether or not we're going to reconsider the decision to
Okay,
write
but
the
it's not the
letter.
decision itself.
It's just on reconsideration.
Okay, yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
And Rick?
Yes.
Okay, so now we are going to reconsider the decision to write the letter to the commissioners. Joel?
So this is probably where my comment belongs, I think, in terms of procedure. You know, having done literally thousands of public involvement projects that required extensive public involvement from the federal government, I think the Board of Commissioners will do the right thing and do this anyway, regardless. And I would trust them to do that. And as such, I will not change my vote from before. And I will trust in their good judgment to have effective public involvement because it is important.
Do we need a new motion? Okay. Valerie?
I just wanted to add to what Joel is saying in a different perspective, as I do know that the county commissioners have gone out of their way and they have listened to public comment, and therefore they have made the decision on their part to re-sign parking so that there will be more parking made available downtown, and they've also agreed that there should be a public restroom. So I do think that in a sense they have listened to and so in that case, I give them credit for already having stepped and listening to public comment.
You know, I understand, and I also understand that they're the applicant and what I would call the deciding official in this case on what they do or don't do. So I would respect that.
Brian?
I move the same motion that we send a letter to the county commissioners asking them for a public forum for this transit hub topic.
Second, Vanessa? No? Question?
I'm sorry, I have discussion on this.
Okay, is there a second on the motion?
I will second it, but I wanted to offer a discussion as well.
Okay, Vanessa, second. Brian, do you have discussion on the motion?
I do not.
Vanessa?
I don't think it's ever a big ask to ask another governing body just to hear from their constituents. Expecting the general public to follow the Rogue Valley Transportation, the RVACT, the OTC, and the MRMPO, it's not something that ordinary people do. It's just a fact of life. They more closely follow their Board of Commissioners and their City Council. So I don't think it's a big ask, and I will remain a yes on this vote.
Further discussion? Rick?
I'm going to maintain my same position. I do like Joel's comment that the Board of County Commissioners will do whatever they feel is appropriate. But also, this is a central business district where parking is not a requirement. The Board of Commissioners has addressed it with additional parking. They've addressed it with the bathroom. And I feel if this was just a normal applicant, we would be jerking them through a process that should not be appropriate. They've complied with everything, so I will still maintain my not in support of a letter. Thank you.
Rob?
I really have a hard time hearing those words, Rick, quite frankly. This is not a normal applicant. They receive taxpayer dollars. They owe the taxpayers certain due diligence. A normal applicant does not. This is apples and zucchini that you're comparing, in my opinion. But I would, I'm just a little bit, I don't understand the price that we would be paying to ask the commissioners to review this. Rather than trust that they will, which would be nice, it's good to think positive things towards other governing bodies. I don't understand why someone wouldn't vote yes on this and encourage that process to happen. But encouraging public process is that's something that I'm willing to vote yes on today.
Further discussion? Okay, so on the motion to send a letter to the commissioners requesting a public forum, a yes means you want the council to send a letter. Brian?
Yes.
Joel?
No, it's still perplexing.
Vanessa?
Yes.
DJ?
No.
Rob?
Yes.
Valerie?
No.
Rick?
No.
All right, this time the motion fails 4-3. And we are ready to move on to our discussion on COVID, parklets, and alley use. And Susan Searider is here to present to us.
Hello. The first topic is COVID letter, which you all have a draft copy of. And this is a request from the Chamber of Commerce, the State Chamber of Commerce, and we have Josie from our Josephine County Chamber of Commerce here. If you have any questions, this is a ask that the Chamber is making to City Council to send a letter to the governor. So that's the first topic. Yes, Joe?
Well, and Susan, and to add to that, it was discussed at the Council Committee of Economic Development, and so
Yes.
I brought it forth on the agenda, and it wasn't any administrative action on the part of the city at all. It was at the last agenda review, I did that based on what I heard and some discussions I've had with citizens, and people sense that it deserved a hearing. So, thank you.
So Josie's here representing the chamber, so I don't know if you want to speak directly to the Chamber of Commerce on this particular item. This is just a draft letter that the city's providing based on the ask from the county, or excuse me, from the chamber.
Josie's here from the chamber.
Good afternoon, Josie Malloy with the Grants Pass and Josephine County Chamber of Commerce. So we initially sent that letter because we have really been pushing this initiative to reopen our businesses. And so far, we have already received just 50 letters from our community, but we also joined forces with the Oregon State Chamber of Commerce and chambers all over Oregon. and they have already received over 800 letters. So now we are asking our city councils and city commissioners to join us on this initiative. And I'll take any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Rob?
So the first paragraph of the letter, which says, the part where it says, which allows communities to reopen commerce in a safe manner. And then the next 3 words there, what I have a question about, following CDC guidelines. So what specifically do you mean by that?
So it really just means that they still have to follow all the safety protocols because they put out all these guidelines. The governor has all these guidelines that they must meet. So we're just asking that they still be allowed to open, but follow all those safety protocols, which most of them did anyway, especially restaurants. And lots of them installed a lot more equipment. So they're actually really safe right now. And of course, the social distancing between tables and restaurants. So we're just asking that they reconsider allowing people to dine in, go back to gyms, indoor entertainment.
Yeah, I know one restaurant owner actually spent over $3,000 on plexiglass, put it up actually himself, and then got shut down like a few weeks later. So I'm just not, off the top of my head, I just don't know all the CDC guidelines. I'm assuming that we're still talking about some percentage of occupancy. It's not 100% occupancy. What percentage are we talking about? Do we know?
So right now, the governor has changed her metrics so many different times. But with extreme, we can't have anyone. So even if we could have 25% allowed back in restaurants, that would be a huge deal. We're just stuck right now in extreme risk level and we're not going anywhere. And we actually started this back in November. So we don't have a specific percentage. We're just allowing some consideration to start moving, allowing people to come into different businesses that are shut down.
Rick?
Josie, so I was distracted there for a minute. So this letter seems to address the main issues that are there, and I'd be happy to sign it. So the question I have for you, I would like the opportunity to personally send in this letter myself and sign it. So would we have that, have you discuss that ability? Okay.
Yes, that would be great, and anyone can do that, and we've asked individual members and businesses, and the actual Oregon State Chamber has a very easy action alert. They have the letter drafted for you. You can change it, and then you just submit it electronically on there. So it's very easy. So we would love anyone that can submit a letter.
Valerie?
Yeah, I thank you, Josie, for being here. And I would like to say, I think that's what sells me is that this is going by safe manner, following CDC guidelines, distancing, and those sorts of things. The reality that I see that's a little frightening is that I can drive by Circle K and see the parking lot full and see the place full and realize that some of our local businesses downtown don't have the ability to even try to do that. And so, I've been going back to the club. They're very, monitored in how they do it and how they let people in. And I just think it's imperative that we do what we can to help small businesses. And so I agree with the letter and trust that our community will reopen in a manner that requires masks, physical distancing measures, and frequent hand washing, and cleanliness factors. I know that involves cleaning, and allow our small businesses to move forward to support themselves. So I am in agreement with this letter. And I think it is kind of a power. It is nice to see local jurisdictions stand behind their chambers as well in this particular instance. So I would like to see this one go out as a group as well.
Thank you.
Vanessa, then Brian?
Thank you for coming today, Josie. I appreciate it. Was the Chamber's letter written in partnership with a public health expert?
No, it was not. We worked directly with the Oregon State Chamber. They actually set up a sample letter and then we added it. But this was not with our public health director.
Was the Oregon State Chamber letter written in partnership with a public health expert?
You know, I would have to ask their executive director, Colleen Martin, but I can double check and then get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Brian, then Joel?
Oh, sorry. I move that we approve the letter and yeah, that's my motion.
Is there a second? Rick? Rick with the second? Okay, discussion, Brian?
Yeah, I just did that to keep this moving along because we have a lot to do today, and I will be voting no. I will defer to the Oregon Health Authority and their guidance, so I will be voting no.
Joel?
I just had a couple questions. Right now, we're at 0.5% below opening up the restaurants. And the trend is downward. So regardless of whether we write the letter or not, it looks like the restaurants are going to be open. Is that correct, Josie?
So that's not 100% sure yet, so we'll have to see. I think we have to wait one more week and then they'll determine. But the problem with the current metrics is you are seeing counties flip-flop. So they'll be in extreme and they go down to high, and then they're back in extreme. Restaurants cannot continue to do that. When you're laying off employees, taking them back, ordering all this food, the current metrics just cannot continue. It's gonna kill our businesses if we stay in this, and you've seen several other counties, they just bounce all around, so they don't even know how to plan.
Okay, then is it also true that even after the restaurants open, if I'm susceptible to COVID virus in terms of morbidity or whatever you call it, of being killed, I don't have to go to the restaurant even after they're open and probably should not?
Exactly, they'll still continue with their takeout options. Lots of them have curbside pickup, delivery. So, I mean, you know, this is really just allowing people that feel comfortable to go in to a restaurant or a gym.
Okay, then the third thing, this isn't the only thing that is affecting our businesses right now. We have other things going on as well at the national, state, and local level that impact businesses, and they're not necessarily always negative. And I don't know if you have those at the tip of your tongue or not.
Other things impacting businesses?
So, for example, the requirement now that all businesses, regardless of size, have retirement funds for their employees. Not necessarily a bad thing, but an expensive thing. A potential increase in the minimum wage, which in this industry can be problematic if you're on the edge. In addition to the pandemic, where your businesses is limited by that as well. So it's not the only thing that these folks are fighting, and some of them have been in business a long time.
Yes, there's always something else that they have to spend their time on, and we continue to see tax bills coming down through the Oregon legislature, including a subcharge on if you took the Paycheck Protection Plan. So, you know, they just can't get a break. And, you know, these people never thought this was coming. They just want a chance to open up, bring their employees back, and follow the safety protocols.
Vanessa, then Rob?
I also will vote no in endorsing this letter for a couple of reasons. It's unclear at this time if the state chamber letter was written in partnership with a public health expert. When we are navigating a global pandemic, I think that's of absolute importance. It's obvious to anyone paying attention that this pandemic has caused serious strife to the community as a whole, to small businesses, specifically restaurants. Absolutely, I agree with you 100%. What I would feel comfortable using my leadership platform for is endorsing a couple of points from the Oregon State Chamber letter. One being supporting the idea of a $75 million hospitality relief fund dedicated to helping our state's restaurants and hospitality businesses recover. And also a stabilization of the commercial rental market through a short-term tax credit for property owners that are willing to waive debt for commercial tenants that are behind on rent. So I would feel comfortable endorsing financial legislative policy at the state level, but not public health measures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rob?
You know, when Joel first told me about this letter, I had mixed feelings, and I still have mixed feelings on it, but I had, and then, you know, I started thinking about the fact that, number one, I mean, our schools are basically reopening, or parts of our schools, some, the middle schools and so forth, are reopening. Quite frankly, nothing's really changed in that regard in the last 6 months. They could have reopened 6 months ago. But I feel that if the schools can reopen, because that's really, I think we're thinking about protecting, saving, and nurturing a particular segment of our population. You know, this kids being out of schools has many, many negative effects. I think it's the same thing here. We're looking at protecting and serving and saving a different segment of our population, which is the restaurant owners. And they're not asking necessarily for charity in this letter. They're asking for the ability to use good practices, create distancing, have reduced occupancy, and do things carefully. And I can definitely support that. On a side note, I may be the only person in this room who actually has had a substantial income drop due to COVID. And I am not complaining about it. I'm not whining about it. I didn't apply for any assistance, government of any kind. But I can say that there's other business owners in my particular boat, or similar to me, that are not as fortunate as I am. I fortunately have no debt of any kind, and I can withstand this type of drop a little bit better than most. For the average person, it can be really devastating. The average business owner, it's really devastating. And it's unfortunate that that doesn't carry more weight with everyone, but it can be really devastating for a segment of our population, and we have a chance to support moving through that. Thank you. I'm going to be voting yes.
Valerie?
And I'm going to add, I mean, I have people very close to me who cannot and will not be going out to restaurants because they indeed, and myself included, are at risk. But that's my choice. And so I do believe, you know, I know my younger family members would love to have that opportunity and would feel perfectly safe to do that. So I know I'm probably at a higher risk, and so that's my choice to not do that, but I don't believe I have, you know, I believe that everybody should have their own choice in that matter, and as they feel more comfortable, that they should be allowed. I'm going to be voting yes.
Further discussion? Questions for Josie? All right, thanks, Josie.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion to submit a letter to Governor Brown in support of allowing small businesses to reopen. Call for the vote. Joel, do you have a comment?
Do we already have a motion on the floor?
Yeah, Brian
Oh, okay.
made the motion. Okay. Brian, how do you vote?
No.
Joel?
Yes.
Vanessa?
No.
DJ?
No.
Rob?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
And Rick?
Yes.
Okay, we have 4-3. I personally have not dealt with this issue of letters of support before, so I don't know how we handle signing it on behalf of the council if we're split.
Yeah, normally the motion does pass that a letter would be submitted to the state, and usually the mayor signs for that, and so the mayor would be signing a letter representing the city.
Brian?
It's my understanding that the mayor has the ability to disagree and to de facto veto this if the mayor so chooses. Is that correct?
I'm going to have to look at the charter because I think the veto power is with resolutions. This is not fashioned in the form of a resolution, but let me look.
All right.
I should ask the mayor, is that something you want to find out about?
It is, and I've already indicated to the council that I was uncomfortable signing this letter. I
Okay.
think that we need to leave this decision up to the public health authorities at the state and federal level, and that I feel terrible for the local businesses that are affected by this. I know that it's extremely difficult situation and burden that's been placed on them, and I don't feel that that's fair in any way, and that our government needs to take care of them. However, I do also feel that if we left pandemic management up to businesses and individuals, we would not be in a good place. And so, yeah, I'm not comfortable as a local government official who has no healthcare background telling people what to do with regards to this pandemic. And Joel, you have a comment?
Yes, I do. So, you know, the charter says that the mayor is the political voice of the city. And as such, that's your role to sign the letter. But, you know, nobody, I don't think, wants to put you in a spot where you don't want to be. And as an alternative to that, I would suggest to the four of us that voted yes, that we would go ahead and send our own letter and sign it, and avoid you that conflict, that internal conflict that you have with that. And that would be due out of respect for your position.
Answer the question about as you correctly called it, de facto veto, Councilor Daley Grange, because the charter actually doesn't call it a veto. It says if the mayor does not approve of an ordinance or resolution so submitted, then if it goes over a certain period of time, the mayor doesn't approve it, or I'm sorry, for the mayor to actively veto, I'll use that term, it has to be an ordinance or a resolution. That's not what this was. I'm just reading from the charter. But if it were, then of course the council would have an opportunity to override the veto.
So based
So
on
this,
that
the way it's
opinion,
been framed, because it's not a resolution to do this, then it does not fall under that provision.
Rick?
Sarah, I'm also supportive of Joel that I don't feel it's appropriate for us to require you to sign something if you don't believe in it. And especially when we have the opportunity individually to do it, which I think is actually more effective than if we submit one letter with signatures on it for us to do individually, because then only those that want to send the letter send it.
Okay, well, at this time we have 4-3 in support of sending a letter on behalf of the council. So, Brian?
I don't exactly know how to do this, but would I make a new motion to override the previous motion we just approved?
We can have 2 reconsiderations in one meeting now. So someone who voted in favor of the last motion can now move to reconsider it.
Rick?
I'd like to reconsider the initial motion.
Second, Brian?
Yep.
All right, comment on the move to reconsider? DJ?
So I'm in agreement in large part with Sarah about this is the job of the health authorities, and it's not our job. And the Board of Commissioners is all over this issue right now, and you know, especially consider these letters were drafted without the concerted effort with the health authorities. That makes me very concerned. So I'm not comfortable with signing this letter. I'm not comfortable with mandating that the mayor sign a letter for us if she is not in favor of this. So that's why I would like to reconsider. I appreciate that, because if they do individual letters, this solves the problem. But if this doesn't go to reconsideration, we're going to have to find who wants to sign this letter and not, and go that route, which could be a little convoluted. So I'm going to vote yes to reconsider. And again, if the motion comes up to approve this letter, I will be voting no.
Okay, discussion on the move to reconsider? Brian?
Yes.
Joel?
No,
Vanessa,
Yes.
DJ,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Valerie,
No.
Rick.
So just
We're
clarification.
just voting on reconsidering at this
Reconsidering.
time.
Yes.
Thank you. I believe that was 5-2. All right. Now, I will entertain a motion on what we're going to do with this letter.
My suggestion is that you now have a vote to rescind, now that you're reconsidering it, to rescind that prior action, because it's really not a council action at all if the direction is trending toward individual letters.
Yeah. So we can just let it go, right? Just let, no, we do nothing.
What's that, Councilor Lovelace?
So at this point, we do nothing, and is what you're saying?
Correct, other
Okay.
than affirmatively rescind that motion that was made, because we voted yes to reconsider it. Now now that prior motion is still there, it's just under reconsideration. So I think you would vote to rescind that motion, and then you're all free to write whatever letters you want individually.
Okay.
Thank you. Brian?
I make a motion that we rescind the COVID-related letter to the governor that was just voted on.
Second from DJ, thank you. Discussion on the motion to rescind. No? Okay, so we're voting on whether or not to rescind the previous discussion. So a yes right now would rescind the letter.
Right.
Brian?
Yes.
Joel?
No, with respect.
Thank you. Valerie, Vanessa, sorry.
Close. Yes.
DJ.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Valerie.
Yes.
And Rick.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We've now rescinded the original letter. And now, okay, I think now we could continue the presentation, and thank you to the 4 counselors who wanted to send a letter. I think you can send a letter on your own.
Hi, Mayor and Council. This presentation is about parklets and alley usage for restaurants. And I did give Mayor Bristol 3 different petitions by 3 different restaurants, the Horny Goat, Bohemian, and Laughing Clam. All took it upon themselves to have a petition go out to their visitors and people around, and it was over 250 signatures in support of parklets. So I just wanted to share that before I started the presentation. So the subject in summary is about outdoor dining, and right now, as we were just talking, the restaurants are really hurting because they're only able to do takeout, and because of the weather, some of them have made provisions and they are doing outdoor dining, but they need a little bit more space. And the relationship to council goals is to encourage economic opportunities by facilitating an environment to encourage business prosperity and economic opportunities. So the parklets last year were really a lifesaver, and I got that directly from the restaurants. One restaurant commented that if the parklets weren't there, they wouldn't have been able to stay in business. And they're able to stay open because of the expanded seating. They're still struggling with the restrictions, and they're asking, some of the restaurants have been asking to utilize alleys for expanded outdoor seating as well. And I can give you the names of, there's 3 different businesses that have requested alley access. Many of the restaurants have already invested in outdoor heaters and coverings for the outdoor dining that the community is embracing. I sent out an email to over 100 downtown businesses back in January 21st asking to weigh in on the return of parklets and alley usage for dining. The majority, basically it was asking for the alley usage, and I got comments about the parklets, but the majority of those who replied about the alley usage, 10 were supportive and 2 said absolutely not. And it was because of their proximity of where the alley was. Staff created a temporary permit for alley closures to be utilized for outdoor dining. And the parklets and alley usage will help the restaurant survive in this extreme risk category. And they still need to utilize that parklet and alleys. So this is I think you have a copy of the alley closure addendum. Basically, what the alley closure addendum is asking that all of the businesses who share the alley need to sign off on the alley usage. So that's one of the terms. Any owner sharing the same alley needs to sign off on that. They have to get 100% of the property owner's written consent. The alley, if it contains any sanitary or storm sewer manholes, there has to be a contact person so that they can contact that person that closed the alley, so in case they have to use that manhole or they have to access it. It would also require that Public Safety and Fire Division approve of the alley closure. So the cost implications are, we have the industrial loan fund that was used for the grant program last year, back in April, and we helped over 450 businesses, and all of that money was refunded to it was COVID relief, and all of that money went back into that industrial loan fund. So at the time, the council made a decision to expend those funds to help small businesses. The city got the money back. And it's staff's understanding that that could be reimbursed again. COVID mandates are still until June, so any expenditures, and Adam can share any more information on that. But so the city can possibly utilize those funds to put the barriers back up again. There can also be a discussion of does the restaurant want to go ahead and put up some barriers themselves, or would they like to reconstruct, not put it up themselves, they would have to get that, I saw DJ. It would be like, they could pay for it, basically. Or there could be other provisions to make them more attractive. So all of that is up to council discussion. Basically, I'm just here to say that the community, the restaurants are asking for alley and parklets to come back. And staff would need assistance. Staff would still need to assist them with the logistics of the placement of the barriers and everything. Public Works did that before. And so Public Works would be involved in placing the barriers to where they were safe for the traffic. So the call to action today is at your discretion. It's basically asking to approve the alley addendum if it's feasible. The 3 restaurants that are requesting the alley usage are Port Authority, and the alley that's next to the duck parking lot. It's right across from Safeway. So they would like to utilize that alley there. That was the first request. Powderhorn was another restaurant. They're located on D Street, and there is an alley right next to her restaurant, and she was asking if she could, she was interested in utilizing the alley. And the other restaurant was La Hacienda. Currently, they are using a gravel parking lot, and they do have a little outdoor dining area. But if they were able to use the alley, it's not a gravel parking lot, it's an actual, cement alley, and he said it would be much easier for him to have that outdoor dining. So those are the 3 restaurants that are interested in the alley closure for dining. And then the 3 restaurants that have the petitions, that's Horny Goat, Bohemian, and Laughing Clam. However, there's other restaurants that are also interested in the parklets. So does anyone have any questions?
Questions for Susan? Rick?
Thank you, Susan. So you mentioned on there, when you're discussing the barriers, that you indicated that the individual restaurants would actually pay for the barriers, and if they were to incur that cost, would they be reimbursed by COVID funds, or? how does
No, that would just be public. If the city were to utilize funding to put the barriers up,
Okay, like we did last year?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Valerie?
My question was just, where did the barriers come from? I mean,
They came from Copeland. That's where we got them before.
okay. So we got them from Copeland, and then we returned them to Copeland, so it would be a
Yes.
matter of just gathering
Yes.
up from Copeland again. Okay.
We also have some barriers that were purchased by the city for the 6th Street. When we had that 6th Street closure right in front of Culture Palette. So we have some of those barriers too that could go up on the side of the road, possibly. But they would still need the cement barriers for, when cars turn around, but I'm not an expert in that part.
Joel? And then Rick?
So Susan, my son is the state engineer for safety for Oregon Highway. And he asked me to take pictures before the previous pamphlets, which, to save him a trip down, so I did that. And we just want to make sure that we're consistent, and I think we are, and Jason's fully aware of it and competent, so that we don't have liability from having an unmitigated hazard that results in an accident. And that we do that with that appropriately. So, I think you're both already aware of that. We just want to make sure that we do that.
I also wanted to just make one comment. In the addendum to the alley, it does say 90 days, and the parklets request has been longer than 90 days. I know that a lot of the restaurants, and it's clearly up to council how to move forward with that, but there's been a lot of requests and discussion about hoping that the parklets will be up for a lot longer than just 3 months.
Rick and then Brian?
So Susan, last Friday at Coffee Chat, one of the owners that has a restaurant on 6th Street came forward, and she's all in favor of this. But if 6th Street wants to do that closure or that parklets like they did before, that would require a new permit and permission from ODOT, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, is that hard to get?
That's a question for Jason or Brad. It's also, keep in mind that the one on 6th Street was a pedestrian walkway. It wasn't where they were actually in the street. Okay. And that was one of the provisions for ODOT.
And I talked to her about that pedestrian walkway that was in the street, and I understand because they don't want tables out there. And she said her observation of those ramps actually work quite well, because I know there's been some discussion they may have to be redone. But she said the biggest problems were people that were on hoverboards or skateboards didn't like those. But she said she didn't feel that the general public was having that much difficulty with them. So.
Well, there was someone who was blind, so that did affect people with disabilities.
Yeah.
So that is something to consider.
There is some traffic pedestrian difficulty with those, although we do recommend from an operation standpoint of the restaurants that is the preferred way to do it, is to have the pedestrian mode of traffic go onto the parking area of the parklet and have the restaurants have the sidewalk. The ramp system was a temporary quick fix in response to COVID, but it's not the recommended way. We're in an awkward situation right now where if we do go ahead and approve the parklets, that's great. The 90 days may be appropriate, because ultimately, if you're wanting to do this seasonally, we really should look at and invest in an actual floor area that replaces the step down of the curb, that we could somehow engineer also in case we have rains or something that would accommodate that also, because we have the stormwater issue associated with that. But the ramps, we did have some concerns with the safety of the public, and ultimately, if we're gonna do it again, and we're gonna make it more seasonal, we should be looking at actually developing floors for every parklet that is requested.
Thank you.
Further questions, Brian?
It's not so much a question. However, I would be in favor of putting this on tomorrow night's meeting as a council action item because it is so timely and it is so pressing for the local restaurants. So I would be in favor of getting this on tomorrow night's agenda.
So budget-wise, this is all within my authority as city manager to implement. All I would need is direction from council that yeah, you want to do it, and we can issue the permits and utilize resources to begin the process of acquiring the necessary infrastructure to create the parklets.
So are you saying that we wouldn't need to put it to a business meeting? Does that change your comment, Brian, or?
The only thing I would change is as soon as possible. So if that's today, that's today.
Okay, Rob?
So, Aaron, we're understanding that the parklet approval or guidance would be for 90 days, right?
Or currently how we've got it now, and it may be good to keep it that way, just so you have some more flexibility in the future in case we need to do a transition of the, because it's gonna look just like it did before. We're gonna have the barricades, are not in that great a shape, and they're not artistically done or anything like that. Ultimately, if we're gonna do this, we should acquire our own barricades, work with the art, a Copa or something, have them decorate them, have the floors done, and that would take, if we worked on it, it would take a couple months. So I think I'd recommend the 90 days, but you can also lift that 90 days, extend it or shorten it.
Well, my concern is that I have a really good idea of how the percentage will go, but I think that all the other property and business owners on the surrounding streets and surrounding the parklets need to be heard. I don't see any of them in the room today. So the maximum I would ever agree to today would be 90 days. I think that, again, they need to be heard. So I would definitely not be in favor of going any further than 90 days.
Vanessa?
I move to authorize the city manager to move forward in implementing the alleyway addendum and parklet program.
Second?
Second.
Joel? Rick, thank you. Okay, discussion on the motion? No? All right, we'll call for a vote. I'll start with you, Rick, this time. Rick?
Yes, yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes?
DJ?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
All right,
Want to make sure I clarify that motion is for the city to go ahead and basically do what we did before. We will be renting the barricades, placing the barricades, that kind of thing as an assistance to the business community. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
thank you. All right. Is that everything we had planned for item D here? All right, let's go back to agenda review. See if we can keep this one a little quick today. Vanessa?
I don't know when, but I would like to add something to the agenda. I would like for the council to explore a hybrid approach to participation. I did some quick research to the councils in the area, and we're pretty behind the times on allowing in-person and remote participation for our business meetings. So I would like to see that explored.
Okay. Is there council interest in discussing that more? Rick?
I'd like more details, if you have something in mind or what it would look like.
Yeah, sure. The Klamath Falls, Medford, Roseburg, North Bend, Phoenix, and the Josephine County Board of Commissioners allow remote participation via Zoom or whatever software that they choose to utilize, whereas people can come to their chambers in person to participate and participate remotely.
So would that include responding to questions or texting, or how would you facilitate that?
Yeah, it's very similar to a couple of successful meetings our city has recently had. We had the meeting in December of 2020, the Community Strategic Planning Forum, where folks attended in person and they attended via phone. And most recently with our Housing Needs Analysis and Buildable Lands Inventory meeting, that was in person and also remotely held, whereas questions were taken in person and remotely.
All right, are there 3 counselors in favor of further discussion? I'm seeing a yes from Brian, a yes from Valerie. Okay, that gets us there. Any other topics?
Just to tag along with that topic, a memo was requested on January 25th regarding the use of Microsoft Teams versus Zoom. I think that could be easily wrapped into this conversation.
Okay, so a discussion in general about kind of our digital online presence during business meetings. Okay, any other topics, Rob?
So I'm not sure where this was left. Last Monday, or actually over the course of the days, we submitted potential questions for the applicants for next workshop. Were we going to get were the winners decided, so to speak? And I mean, the winning questions, not applicants. were the winning questions decided?
Yes, the winning questions, the mayor and council president took your input as council, discussed it, and I'm putting that together based on the mayor and council president's direction. We'll be getting that out to you along with the scoring criteria sheets for the interview process. That should be going out this week.
Brian?
Yeah, I wanted to get on the agenda. We've been having some growing pains as a council, and with regards to, it's been alluded to that the mayor has some ideas on how to adjust and possibly streamline our meetings, and I know we've been having some issues around that. So I think we need to get it on the agenda so we can figure that out. And I don't know exactly how to state that any better.
Okay, are there 3 counselors in support of just talking about functions? I'm seeing DJ and Vanessa as well as Brian, so we'll get Rob.
Is Brian accurately portraying your position, Sarah? Because we haven't heard from the mayor that you actually want to make any changes. So why would we have a discussion if you're not interested?
I think you have all heard from me on this topic, and that
the public hasn't.
We do need to have a public discussion about how we're going to handle our meetings and workshops. So,
okay.
Other items, DJ?
Let's see, we moved, just giving everybody a heads up here, we moved the urban growth boundary rezone and the AVS affordable housing contract to March 8th. I'm not going to be able to join that meeting, but I'm going to do my best to be here remote in the best way possible. So just be aware of that. Very important issues coming up, and you can also expect Doug Walker, the chair of the Housing Advisory Committee, to be there.
Thank you. Okay, is that it for today? We did keep it short. Good job, guys. Public, yes, Brian.
I'm sorry. So we got that memo about the capital projects under the lodging tax resources that was requested, and I'm very appreciative that we got that. There was a piece missing in that, and maybe it was my fault for not properly requesting it, but I would also like to get a line item memo for the non-capital projects with lodging tax resources, just so I can see what the operating expenses are, and so council can see where all of the lodging tax resources are being allocated. So I would request a memo on that piece.
All right, are there other counselors interested in that? I'm seeing Vanessa.
I guess I'm unsure exactly what he's asking for. So first of all, what we have in front of us that was sent out is the lodging taxes from tourists that went to capital projects. Am I correct? And so what you're asking for is what is not going to capital, but what the, like, administrative costs and other things that went to things other than the lands and buildings, am I correct?
Yes, everything that is non-capital, everything else that's not on here.
Okay.
DJ?
I think that information is out there. I think if you combine this with the monthly manager's report, have you read the manager's report?
Well, you said the same thing when I requested this, and this info was not in any of those places, so
Yeah, so
I think it might apply here
I
too.
misunderstood though in that the capital projects weren't included, but now I think that all the rest of what you're asking for is in the manager's report. It has administrative, it has rental, it has, if they bought confetti, I mean, I think that might be what you're asking for.
Yes, and it's also in our budget document also, but if council would like, we can compile it and put it into a memo for you in one spot.
Valerie?
I was just going to ask Adam, is that the request that the DMO basically had, that they asked for the similar? I mean, that kind of sounds like the same thing when it was put together for the DMO.
Yes, that is pretty similar. All of the operating costs that use tourism dollars, all of that's in the budget document, and I've got a summary of that. I'm not sure if it'll fit exactly what you're asking for, but I'll check into that.
I would be happy to start with that document and the budget and then follow up if I need more. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Rick?
I have a question on the bulk water rate that's now been postponed to March 29th. Jason, when does your activity really start picking up on bulk water rate users?
Generally mid to late spring, so April, May, it'll start ramping up. If you're going to take action, you probably should do so before that time frame.
Thank you.
Valerie?
I just had a question. I'm assuming when we're doing the agenda that we're not going by the meeting and that. I do have a quick question, and this was actually for Adam, and is on the ordinance increasing the lodging tax that is in our packet. That is a different one than was presented earlier. Am I correct?
My recollection, this will be the first time we're actually bringing a draft to council. We've had discussions on it recently. This draft is an additional 3% with no reallocation to the existing lodging taxes and those allocations as they are now. So that dollar amount that can be used for general fund discretionary uses is less than the numbers that have been discussed previously, but that's because it's a much more conservative interpretation of ORS.
Okay, all righty. So I just wanted to clarify because I was comparing it to the ones we had before and it was a little off, and I just wanted to make sure that I was correct in my assumption that you refined it from our discussion, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, DJ.
So there's the DMO contract on the March 15th. I think this would be something that Valerie might be able to clarify. How are they doing on that? Are they going to be able to provide metrics and what they need as far as, initials and ongoings, returnables, et cetera?
Well, I will tell you this, and I'm getting all ready for the Wednesday meeting because I know I'm going to give it, but I will give you a heads up that I think we've got the bylaws pretty well worked through with our lawyer because they have hired a lawyer to do and we are having a meeting with, Aaron is coming to the meeting on Friday, because at that point, we're taking a look at a contract. Because in the beginning, we thought the city was designing the contract. The city said they thought we were designing the contract. So we have found McMinnville's contract, and we're going to have the beginning of the discussion with Aaron as to what that's going to look like at Friday's meeting. So we are moving along as quickly as we can. We're still on track. The whole idea is through March, by the end of March, having the board created so that we can go out and find an executive director. So our goal is by the end of the month to have that contract. So we're working on the very beginning stages of getting the metrics. What are they going to look like? So we're looking at other communities and doing what we can.
Is that March 15th date, is the expectation to honor a contract or review how the process is and review the contract?
That would be review the contract.
Sure, okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for the clarification.
All right, are there further items for agenda review? Okay. Public safety funding.
Julie said she brought it up. You should, yeah. When you're done with yours, I'll pop mine up. Yep. Let's see. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is a continuation of the conversations that we've been having on the public safety gap. The slides on this presentation should be very familiar as they've been included in all the presentations given to Council. Maybe a few less than previous presentations as certain topics have been covered, but most of these still remain. The item in question today, referring to the worksheet, is this item here, which is the reduce police response to certain calls and the conversation of staff's discretionary. That is R24. So I believe that is the number in question today, to which the chief has some additional information on and a slide of his own. I'll still be available if it comes back to the spreadsheet, of course. But with that, I can turn it over to the chief, unless council had questions for me before that.
I thought my presentation was loaded here. I'm just going to find it and I'll be right there.
And while the chief is pulling that up, if I may, you all have an updated copy of the worksheet as of last Monday that was sent out. I did want to point out the yellow highlighted items. There's actually 2 council columns now. That represents the change in potential additional revenue by having the lodging tax not reallocating the existing 9%. So I wanted to point that out for your attention, to let you know the dollar impact of the lodging tax ordinance that just adds the 3% with no reallocation. And did I present that clearly?
No, and that's why I'm going to ask you to clarify. So the first column, the 188,000, and then down to the 112,000. So what are you saying? You're saying that that's with no reallocation of the original 9%? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So column 1 is additional 3%, that's the 188 and the 94, but with a reallocation of the existing 9%. That reallocation can get more dollars for discretionary city operations. The second column, which has the 112,000 and the 56,000, is with no reallocation, which provides fewer dollars for discretionary city operations.
And my question to that, and I'm just asking for clarification. So as it is right now, we have the 188,000 and then a 94,000. That's with reallocating like the transient, that the lodging tax. So the 112,956,000 is just going 70-30 and keeping with no reallocation.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Looks like we're ready to go. Apologize about the delay. This is a continued conversation about the public safety funding, but more specifically, the request from council a week or two ago regarding the $900,000 category, and what does that exactly mean? So today's subject in summary, as we just said, specifically what does reduced police response to certain calls, $900,000 actually look like? Relationship to your council goals is to enhance community safety by maintaining necessary criminal justice infrastructure, which of course we all know is to pass the public safety levy in May. So reduce police response to certain calls, that specific $900,000 line item. I've mentioned this before, but this line item is carryover from the original levy discussion. And the original intent of this line item was to show the impact of actually cutting police officers if the levy failed. So throughout this current $2 million shortfall exercise, this line item has essentially developed into what I believe so far is a discretionary defunding option for the public safety chief, myself, to manage. So as we continue on with this conversation and for the purpose of this ongoing exercise, the original intent, as I mentioned, for the $900 line item above and beyond. So let me say that again. The original intent right now is to decide if that $900,000 intent is above and beyond what's recommended. So essentially, as you see behind me, council has some direction, some options. Option A, do we cut the additional dollar amount from other areas not yet identified? Or B, do we cut the additional dollars from what we've already recommended, which are in the next slides, which you also have, and we've also gone through that presentation. So we've talked about the Women's Crisis, and the Women's Crisis Center, we currently give $49,000. This was one of my recommendations to cut in full or partially, but that's also because, and we spoke to this before, Women's Crisis Support Team has a fiscal operating budget of over $800,000, so I thought I'd bring that to your attention again. And we all know too that we don't want to do this, but it's important for me as the director and the chief to bring all these options to the table. Sobering Center is another area nobody wants to cut. But when we're talking about cutting people versus supporting other services, this is something that we need to put on the table. So currently DPS budget provides $130,000 to Sobering Center, and the Sobering Center budget's about $300,000 per year. On a positive note, in last week's local public safety council meeting, we might have an opportunity to redirect justice reinvestment monies in the tune of about $30,000 to Sobering Center. But that's a future discussion for that body to decide upon. We've also talked about the community service officer. So currently one of the CSOs is unfilled, and that was due to retirement. And we're also in contract negotiations with Republic Parking for the downtown parking discussion. An additional reduction would lose 2 CSOs, so that would drop our CSO staffing levels from 6 to 4. Dispatch services is also on your list. We currently have 19 dispatchers. We will have a vacancy due shortly in a retirement, so that would give me the opportunity to freeze a dispatcher, as I mentioned in my original suggestion. The on-call dispatchers, we maintain a fairly robust budget for on-call dispatchers in the tune of a little over $70,000. In the line item above, I think it's R34, I have suggested we cut $20,000, and I think we will be able to maintain what we're doing, and I don't think we would see much of a service level interruption. The record specialists, we talked about this at length also. Currently, we have 2 record specialists open. It's unfilled. However, we do have a qualified applicant in background who we expect to fill that position shortly. But obviously, depending on where this discussion and this conversation goes, that might not be the best course of action. So an additional reduction would lose 2 record specialists, as mentioned before. And before I go on with the next 2, I also think it's important that with the failing of the levy in November, I have tried very hard, and yeah, it's been difficult to freeze and hold these positions to see what's actually going to happen. So I haven't been waiting for the council to tell me essentially what to do with freezing and holding positions. It's just naturally happened. So we do have several vacancies which may be able to help make this decision moving forward. We have spoken about the student firefighter program. We are anticipating a loss in those numbers due to hires within different organizations, and one would be ours as well. And then also too, we have 1 firefighter position that is currently unfilled. So I ran with an unfilled firefighter position for several months now. And that's it. This is a tough conversation, as I know. Sometimes it gets confusing, but I thought it was important to put that up there to identify, I think it was Councillor Faser's question as to exactly where is this $900,000 going to come from? And we talked about utilizing my discretion and or the council providing discretion for me how to move forward in this particular topic.
Thank you. Questions for the chief? Rick?
Thank you, Chief. I've seen in the past where sometimes there's budget issues, and then either due to retirement or other events, positions have gone unfilled for some time, and that actually, I realize there's a balance. It can go 2 ways. It can hurt your department in overtime, hurt your department in burnout, but the other side is usually on the balance sheet, you end up with those extra monies there, so you're confirming by some of these retirements that actually that could help satisfy our budget needs.
Well, I won't speak for Adam, and I first would like to apologize. I feel like I'm sucking on my mask and I have dry mouth, so I apologize if I sound like I'm stammering. I think it's important to remember and to note that public safety returns about $1 million of its budget annually. This year we returned a little over $800,000. I think we could have done a little bit better, but part of that not quite hitting the $1 million mark is because we've been able to maintain our staffing. Public safety is an outstanding place to work, it's an outstanding place to be, and our retention stays high. So we didn't return as much as we would have liked to. I do anticipate a significant increase in that ending fund balance this year.
Brian, then DJ, then Vanessa.
Thank you, Chief. I just had a quick question about the Sobering Center. Can you tell us the other sources of funding that they receive?
As any other nonprofit, they're just out there sometimes beating the streets to get as much money as they can to maintain that minimum level of staffing. I really don't know where they're getting it from. I would imagine some of the service providers, like maybe All Care or some of the different health facilities, probably provide additional fundings along with private parties. But I don't know exactly where they get that money from. But $130,000 out of a $300,000 budget, we provide a significant amount of money. I do know that the other agencies that utilize the Sobering Center, in my humble opinion, are not giving their fair share. People may argue with me and say, well, if the Sobering Center receives state funding, then that kind of exempts the Oregon State Police because they're getting state funding. But I would, if I had my druthers, it would be nice to see other agencies that utilize that facility maybe provide a little additional funding.
Thank you.
DJ, then Vanessa.
Yeah, just briefly, it was really hard to follow where those numbers were coming from because the presentation I have up here is kind of a lot different, and I think what you just was an older sort of presentation.
Yeah, I know exactly what happened. I think, and I apologize, when I was communicating with Julie last week, she said she was going to provide the presentation, and that doesn't look like my presentation in front of you.
It is not. So it's like I said, it's just very difficult to
Absolutely.
to wrap my mind around the numbers and how we got there from here.
And I can easily bring this right back. Essentially, The $900,000 line item, that was pulled over from that original levy discussion, along with cutting a partial fire station or cutting a full fire station. And that was that bigger conversation into what will we do if we don't have the $6+ million to fund public safety. That's when we would essentially go into crisis mode, and that's where these line items came from. It was my hope all along that we wouldn't even talk about $900,000 partial closing or a full closing, and we would just go with that $2 million exercise to get us through this portion of the quote-unquote exercise. We do believe that once we figure out where the $2 million comes from, or at least close to that $2 million figure, that we hope to not have to use or to even go that far, and that when we figure out what our true balance is going to look like as we roll into the next fiscal year, we won't have to freeze as many people. So it's my hope that, yes, I've identified all these positions to freeze. I'm hoping I can go back and then recategorize which ones I unfreeze. That's my goal, and I do recall council kind of toying with the idea to, hey, let the chief figure out what to do with that $200,000, because that goes back to the conversation with is it 10% in overtime, is it 15% in overtime, is it an additional body, or can we find money someplace else? I've filtered through this budget over and over and over again. It's over $26 million, and we have a very tight operating budget. And as a conservative manager and leader within this organization, I have to be able to support the operation moving forward. I would never want to freeze positions if I didn't have to, but as you can see, I've chosen to freeze positions over cutting overtime.
Vanessa?
My understanding, the original creation of the Sobering Center was a facility that can house folks who are under the influence, and it reserves the jail for serious criminals. Is that correct?
It's part of the solution. I think it's better for us to redirect people that may have made an error in judgment because of intoxication and redirect them to the Sobering Center versus the jail. The jail has a limited amount of space as it is. So essentially we keep those disorderly conduct type behavioral issues out of the jail and filter them into sobering, where they can roll into a wraparound service after the fact. Not everybody, I can't say 9 times out of 10, but a lot of the people that roll out of the Sobering Center the next day, I think if we were to interview them, they would be pleased that they didn't go into the criminal justice system. So if we can avoid that, that's a good thing. But a lot of times it's inevitable that sometimes people will just end up going to jail and having to account for what they did.
Okay. And I don't want to downplay any crime is serious, but what I
Sure.
mean is, violent type offenders. Can you outline the reduction of allocation to the women's crisis over the last couple of years? I know back to fiscal year 18, we were allocating as much as 94,000. Now we're down to 49,000.
No, I think what happened there is that number, you had to take away the heart of the mission. Women's crisis support team has always been in this $50,000 range. Before the new counselors took their seats, we used to give $50,000 to Hearts of the Mission. That was also, unfortunately, my decision to say money's tight, and we also have the juvenile center back open again. So technically, we don't have to utilize Hearts with a Mission as much, if not ever. So it's not in our best interest from a public safety standpoint to give those dollars there when we could use them for staffing and other services like women's crisis and sobering.
Can you outline how you had mentioned that there currently is an open position in your fire division? Can you outline how the already short staffing for that department can be exacerbated by this open position?
I will tell you that public safety professionals are an outstanding bunch of men and women, and they can fight through shortfalls on the regular, which is what we do in public safety. When I first arrived here a couple of years ago, I was able to bring on an additional firefighter. So in my mind, this would take us back 2 years ago versus 15 years ago. So I think the staff in the fire service will be able to manage this. Do they want to manage it? Absolutely not. They want to get 3 to 1 engine, and they want more staffing. But the reality is I have to try to manage the organization from a fair and equitable standpoint. And I also have to look at what service are we providing the public and the community, and how will they be affected by it. Freezing one firefighter, in my opinion, they will not be affected by it. But I also have to look at the morale, recruitment, and retention moving forward across the entire organization. Because where I'm already freezing a police officer position. And a lot of the guys on the police side of the house, the men and women, are asking me, Chief, what's going on here? We're talking more about letting police officers go than firefighters, but I'm trying to maintain that conversation holistically and fairly across the entire board. Police, fire, dispatchers, records, CSOs, the entire organization. So I'm trying to be as fair as possible across the way without depleting the quality service we give on a day-to-day basis.
I have one more. I saw you, Valerie. Thank you for that. I appreciate your fair and equitable approach. Today I'm not seeing, to my recollection, we haven't discussed any police cuts. I've been really firm in not wanting to eliminate any existing employees throughout this budget process. I would like to outline that the police division within the Department of Public Safety utilizes 53% of the budget. According to the comprehensive and annual financial report, the most recent from 2019, the police division in 2010 had 46 employees. It now has raised to 57, whereas firefighters had 27 in 2010, and in 2019 they had 30. So you can see where the real increase and where the real, the source of where the budget is going. So with this exercise, I'm not seeing any discussion with the police, and I'd like you to outline why.
There is actually, if you look at R18, it's freeze a police officer in the tune of $106,000. And I think 6 counselors voted for that position, along the lines with freezing a record specialist position. So I'm happy to talk about the difference in staffing over the years as well. Essentially, it goes back to PAVE audits and matrices. And when we did an assessment on the police and 911 and the fire department, we've recognized across the board that there are limitations in staffing. So within the police division, for example, we have 58 sworn police officers, and the audit said we actually needed an additional 4. So we're not quite to that level on the police side of the house where we are with sworn police officers only. I actually think we can do really well with what we have. In fact, with that one frozen position, I think we'll be okay and we'll make it through that. And I'm hoping as we get to the start of the new fiscal year that we'll be able to open that back up again. But in my mind, from a leadership standpoint, I have to look at the level of violent crime across the city of Grants Pass. And it seems like it continues to increase. If you were to listen to the radio any day of the week, it's nonstop. The men and women in the police department are called to call to call to call. And the reality is we don't have fires call to call to call to call. So we have to try to figure out how do we organize the team so it can provide the best service to the community. And unfortunately, we're starting to see that crime level increase, and it has become quite concerning to me. Perfect example is if you compare the data between 2019, excuse me, I probably should have brought water with me as I suck on this mask. If you look at the data between 2019 and 2020, solely on assaults, and then that increase was actually 29%. That 29% actually came from an increase in domestic violence assaults. So I took it a step further and went back to July of 2020. And we had an over 50% increase in domestic assault in the city of Grants Pass. That number is huge. And when you look at the amount of people being affected by it, it goes from the range of about 300 to 500 incidents in 1 year. So it's a big increase. So when you are managed between, and it's difficult when you try to say, I should have this many firefighters, this many dispatchers, and this many police officers. But the reality is, there's a lot of crime going on in our community, and we have to get the cops to those locations to resolve those problems because people don't want to do it themselves and/or can.
Thank you.
Valerie? Yeah, I have to say, every time I hear the siren or whatever, I often think to myself, I'm glad it's them and not me running toward it because I'm running the other way. And I do appreciate how difficult this is for you, but I was kind of going to echo what Vanessa was saying is in the last few years, since this budget has gotten so high, we went from 27 to 30 firefighters, and I knew we went from 46 to 57 police officers, and I can see where we did freeze one of the positions, but one of the things that I have noticed in the last several years too, and this is kind of where I started to think, and I never thought that 900,000 was in to be cutting away from. But I have to admit that over the last several years, when there is like sometimes minor car accidents or things that are not that overwhelming, I've seen a lot more police officers shown up, and it always seems like there's 4 or 5 officers at every time that there's a call out. And so to me, that kind of seems like overkill. And that's the sort of things that I have people coming to me and saying, why was there 4 or 5 officers down at that incident the last time? And that's what they see. And so it's kind of like, I think, yeah, well, I know the number of policemen have gone up. I know that particularly in the last couple of years with the fires, you've got people out there kind of going, well, that's a scary thing to us right now. So even the thought of going down below the 3 firefighters per engine is that doesn't even seem like a feasible thing that we could even think about doing, knowing that we haven't grown that much in the last 3 years since all these fires have been happening. So from a visual on the outside, that's what I'm hearing is, why is it that you're not looking at cutting police officers? It's always, and like you said, the domestic crimes, that makes me want to steer clear of hitting Women's Crisis Center, because you're right, that's frightening that that's going on in our community. I recognize how difficult it is from your perspective in trying to stay even, but I also hear from the community that they see a lot of officers showing up for something that doesn't seem to be that serious. What is your answer there?
I can certainly answer that question. I think, to be fair, I think the police division may be their own worst enemy as far as marketing what we're actually doing. When we respond to a domestic violence, if you could have 4 police officers there, that would be ideal. Some of the domestic violence incidents and some of the other calls we go to are pretty violent, and the more police officers, the better, because the more police officers you have on a scene, the less likely you are to use force on the individual. That may be in the middle of a mental health crisis, but the reality is the more officers on scene, you can actually de-escalate that situation far much smoother than if there's only 1 or 2 officers on scene, where you actually, in fact, have a better chance of escalating an incident because of the lack of support with your team members. I think when you talk about traffic accidents, I think what you're seeing, and I think what the community sees, are community service officers. Our community service officers are Johnny on the spot when it comes to working traffic accidents, and they get out there with their vehicles and they stop traffic. So if you were to count 2 CSO vehicles and then maybe 2 police officers that are required to investigate the DUI crash that's going on out there, that might look like a lot of police officers. But I can assure you that our supervision, our sergeants, are actively aware of what's going on. If there are too many officers at one scene, they are quickly shooing them along to do other things.
DJ?
So just using that sheet up there, where will the cuts come from? So on the 24, $210,000 was put on there. Is that saying that if your discretion for 210 is going to be 49 from Women's Crisis, 130 from Sobering, and then the followed by those additional cuts at the bottom of the page? Is that what you're saying?
I think for me to be given the latitude to figure out where that $210,000 comes from, I think it's only fair, if you're going to freeze positions, that you take a close look at, let's say, the $49,000 for Women's Crisis. The reality is that the level of service we provide victims of domestic violence has nothing to do with Women's Crisis. Women's Crisis Support Team are exactly that. they're an additional support and bridge to public safety to get survivors into a better place. Are they incredibly valuable? Absolutely. And I've gone to bat for them every single time. But the reality is, from a public safety service level, we can still respond to domestic violence calls, arrest the perpetrator, and still support the survivor without Women's Crisis Support Team.
Okay, so the answer is yes, that this is what you would be proposing to take out of that.
Well,
Is that correct? Let's just entertain a hypothetical that this
yes,
is
it
approved.
is.
Okay,
But it may not be all of it, it may be a portion of it.
Sure.
Similar to Sobering Center, because I know I might be able to get additional funds through Justice Reinvestment dollars. Also, too, I'm on a timeline through Adam. He's very difficult. He wants our personnel projections in last week. So I've given him personnel projections of maintaining that one frozen firefighter, but it also includes freezing a dispatch position that I know is coming open this week, along with the other positions that I have here, which would be freezing the police officer position, freezing the record specialist position. I would even consider taking a look at the downtown parking and maybe reevaluating that and say, okay, maybe we should hold off on the contract for downtown parking until we get through this difficult stage in the budget, because we're in negotiations with them right now. We can be in negotiations with them in a couple months. So if we were just to freeze one CSO position, which we currently have an opening, that would also be one of the decisions that I would make that could possibly be put into that $210,000 number. And I've actually given you probably far more than $210,000 in this short discussion.
okay. So I guess just the point of that inquiry is council did not support any money from Women's Crisis or Sobering Center. And so one thing that I would take exception to is doing that through this line item 24. And I know this is the purpose of that discussion, to find out what was that goal. But I think it might be prudent to then evaluate exactly where that money's coming from, get it to council so we can review that. Because me personally, I would say no, don't take any money out of Women's Crisis, as I think the rest of the council has as well. So do you know where I'm coming from
Absolutely,
here?
and that's part of this conversation too,
Sure.
Counselor, because there's a little confusion even on my part.
Yeah.
As we roll through this process, this is a very difficult process, and I need to get numbers to finance last week. So in a couple of conversations I heard from council that let the chief use his discretion to freeze and or pull money. So in my mind right now, I have an opening in fire. I've already spoken to the fire guys. Are they happy with me? Absolutely not. I would freeze that position. I have an opening coming up in dispatch. If I freeze that, are they going to be happy with me? Absolutely not. But I would make that decision to freeze it because it's coming open, and then technically nobody is being sacked or laid off.
Yes.
And then we're already doing that with the police officer position. And I have the police officers, Chief, why are you freezing the police officer position? Because if I don't fill that police officer position, we've talked before about filling the child exploitation task force. I can't in good conscience give a detective to another organization, although they will help us with child exploitation cases until we get over this hurdle. So that's kind of the direction I need to where can I actually pull and or freeze from. Am I defunding from the fire division or am I defunding police?
Sure, and I understand where you're coming from as well. And maybe this is, I'm starting to feel like this is something I should have done in preparation for this meeting now that I understand it a little bit better, is to have a sum total of how much money have we taken out of public safety and fire, and have that be a separate item out of R24, right? Then we can actually look at this as a holistic exercise, because R24 includes some of these items that we've taken out of here. And then it just got in, so it's sort of doubling down on some of these items.
Yeah,
That
absolutely.
would really help me wrap my mind around the total fundage cuts from, because it sounds like you're understanding this more than I am at this point. And I need to get right on that level and find out, okay, what's coming out exactly, and getting those numbers itemized. And Adam's, he knows exactly what I just asked for.
Brian?
Chief, could you go to the slide that it has an option A and option B at the bottom? I forget where, yeah, okay. So Option A, cut the dollar amount, not identified by council. Okay, so I think we all appreciate that this is difficult for everybody. And I think that I'm gonna kind of follow up with what DJ was saying. You know, if in the budget exercise we didn't vote to cut something, I think that the assumption would be to bring us other cuts to consider. And you're doing that, and I appreciate that, and I think some of those cuts should be considered, and I will definitely be considering them. So I appreciate you doing that. And then, just as a housekeeping item on the spreadsheet, this might be more for Adam, but on R24, we have 210 under the council line, but we have a majority of counselors at least the 316 level. We have 4 counselors, that is the minimum of those 4 numbers. So that 210 really should be 316 because we have a majority of counselors at that level. So I needed to put that out there as well.
Thank you. Further questions for the chief? Rick?
Chief, I'd like to go back to the slide on the Women's Crisis Center.
Yes, sir.
So it's showing their operating budget in 2021 was 836,000 plus, and we're currently funding them for 49,000. I'm still in favor of considering that because I'm fully supported the Women's Crisis Center. In fact, our church has been out there over 5 years working at their house, painting and building and ADA ramps and so forth for them. And they're really a fine organization to be with. But what I see, we're in a crisis situation here. To take that money away from 836,000, they're still going to operate and they're still going to probably have the same services. Whereas when we look at the sobering center, I mean, that's almost 50% if we were to do the full amount. And I guess I would rather see money come out of the Women's Crisis Center and still support the sobering center.
And that was part of the reason why I put it up there, and I've made contact with Ray Dinkins, and he knows how much I support Women's Crisis. In fact, we're going to be working on some projects, and we're going to collaborate together to do some good things over the next year or two. But yeah, that's also something that is noticed by probably all of the team members at DPS. They're going to ask me, Chief, why would you cut 49,000 for Women's Crisis and you'd cut a CSO when they're still operating at close to $800,000? So I'm just trying to bring all the information I possibly can to council to make pragmatic decisions in a very difficult process. I don't want to cut Women's Crisis. I don't want to cut sobering. I don't want to cut any of this stuff, but I also have to maintain an operating budget to go forward with what's left.
Rob?
So, and I would agree with Rick's assessment of looking at the percentage of a budget that's being affected with Women's Crisis Center versus a sobering center. I think that is a worthy consideration. Something that I haven't seen in any of our calculations is last fall, I believe, the council at that time agreed to raise the parking fines by basically double. And, you know, I don't see any reflection of increased revenues for that. Obviously, due to COVID, there was very few tickets given last year. But if we go back further, and I have the figures at home, I don't have them with me, but when we talk about cutting, you know, $88,000 for a CSO, when we look at doubling the parking fines, if that CSO is actually giving parking tickets downtown, number one, it's probably going to pay for at least half of his position, number one. But number two, that's actually a job a lot of people probably don't realize that I don't see in 25 years. I've never seen the actual police officers doing that job, meaning that police officers are not, they are reactive. They react when someone calls. They don't patrol the streets. They're not any kind of deterrent to skateboarders or bicyclists or even from an undesirable element hanging out in the alleys. I just haven't seen it. I don't see police officers driving by, getting out of their cars and addressing pedestrians unless they've been called. So to me, that's a very unique service. the preventative aspect of keeping people feeling safe and being safe downtown, but also I feel that that position can probably be paid for at least by 50% with the increased parking fines if they go back to actually, post-COVID, if they actually go back to giving tickets. But I'd like to see some recognition of that reality that we've agreed to raise those fines by 100%, and yet I don't see anything, in our budget that reflects that.
And we just certainly don't have the data to show that yet. I don't disagree with you, Councillor Pell. I think that there's an opportunity to bring in some additional revenues. But I would also say that for the men and women in a uniform, they're prioritizing the call volume, and their proactive work is actually incredibly robust. With about 60,000 calls for service per year, there's at least 25,000 of those calls are proactive calls, and they're calls around the entire city of Grants Pass and not just the downtown. I think the good news is there's probably not as much more violent type crimes that we're seeing our police officers down there on a regular basis, but that's also why we brought cadets on board to be on foot downtown to work in collaboration with our CSOs. And would I like to get our police officers on foot more often downtown? Absolutely, I certainly would.
DJ?
So we were just sent the presentation via email, so I was actually able to review it and I even further understand it even more. Wanted to elaborate on Brian's comment about maybe there's more items, maybe there's more discretionary items that council needs to come up with, and I think that's what we're calling option A in your presentation. Let me see here. Option A being cut the additional dollar amount from other areas not yet identified by council, which I think that would be at least my understanding of this R24 line item budget. So what I'd like to see is the compilation of those numbers to understand where we're at, entertain option A, and if we have to, just have council use its discretion on where that 210 is coming from. And I also want to support that idea that the majority of council is in the 300s and not in the 210. It's actually 316. And so if we have to go into the public safety budget and find that money, then so be it, entertaining option A. I think that's where I'm at.
Rick?
Chief, can you tell me, I have this gut feeling, even if we're short 200,000, that over the course of the years, 200,000, I want to say, will automatically show up, but there will be opportunities that present themselves that are not evident right now. So do we really need to be spending time trying to fine tune on that 200,000? Or do you think just general operations over time, it will present itself and you would have the discretion which you could communicate with us?
That's a great question, but I think it's also part of the problem. In my perfect world, if we just stayed put at 1.8 million and see how things work out, that would be my choice if I were king for a day. However, I would also share with council that the reason I froze positions is because there isn't any more room in the budget. So I did try to fight for overtime because our fire department, for example, will utilize all of their overtime, and our police division will utilize most of the overtime. And then if something happens that's out of the norm and we have to utilize even more overtime, we're going to have to pay the firefighters, the police officers, the dispatchers, one way or the other. So we need that overtime. Then I took a close look at our training budget, and it's where every police organization or department in the country cuts from. And if we want to continue to build trust and nurture legitimacy within an organization, we got to train our men and women so we're not on the 6 o'clock news talking about an incident that happened in the city of Grants Pass. For example, training everybody on new de-escalation programs and techniques that we're currently trying to develop is because we want Grants Pass to be the best in Oregon, to be the best in the country. That costs money to do that. So I've taken a close look at the budget, and if council directs me to go back and find additional places to find money, it will probably be in the area of freezing additional record specialists or additional police officers. And that's just also verifying and confirming that council does not want me to touch dispatch and does not want me to touch the fire department. And I think that's where this is going. I'm not 100% sure on that. That's where I think it's going.
The chief and I have talked about this, and the option A that we've talked about, there's not a lot of reason, I think, for us to go back and think about more or give more time. The $2 million is what we really had to cut. That's it. Any additional cuts, that option A is truly just FTE, just straight FTE. And so we tried to look at it for the past couple of weeks, and that is truly, if something other than what's itemized, it would be just a reduction in FTEs in the departments. And like the chief said, trying to make sure that we're fair and equitable to the full public safety, unless we get direction from council, which we would want direction from council with regards to level of service. Is council wanting to provide direction to us that a level of service in either police, fire, dispatch, or records is to not be changed at all? That would provide us with direction on where we're going to come up with the potential $300,000, which is basically 3 FTE that we'd have to look at, and what divisions within public safety can we look at doing those cuts and or freezes.
Brian?
Thank you. So under that option A, I see this as being, the chief has recommendations on the slide. He has verbalized some other potential recommendations. We have a majority of council who says 316 is the amount for that line. So I think maybe, a memo or something from public safety outlining their recommendations for that amount. I would say feel free to put those in, but don't expect council to bite on them since they haven't so far. So maybe even put in more than 316. Because the expectation would be that we're probably not going to bite on all the things we haven't already. And to be clear, I am not in favor of cutting existing staff. Freezing positions is a whole nother thing. I think if freezing positions is what we need to do to balance the budget, then that's just what we need to do. But I'm not expecting to cut anyone that is currently employed.
Valerie?
Okay, I'm just trying to clarify all these numbers and all this stuff in my head, and I'm kind of going back to the beginning when staff 1, 2, and 3. The first 3 was the $1 million, 2 was 1.5 million, and 1 was the 2 million, correct? So basically, that did not include the $900,000, and therefore you saw in there women's crisis support, you suggested 30,000, 88,000 was the CSO presence downtown, and that's something that, obviously there's been a message that, we know it's important to our downtown to feel the presence down there. So I'm just kind of looking at what was not. The firefighter position didn't get taken, student firefighter didn't get cut because once again, we're worried about fire. So you're saying, and what I'm hearing you say is that those were to you the $2 million cuts that you felt that you could live with for the $2 million. And that was what you put forth for us before we started chipping into the 900,000. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And it's also just to also clarify on freezing positions versus cutting positions.
Mm-hmm.
I have a position open in the fire service that I could freeze without someone losing a job.
That's
And the same with police.
Mm-hmm.
But if I cut more police, actually currently I have 2. I have one in backgrounds, but we offered them a job, so I'd have to figure that out with HR. But if I have to cut more police, that would be a cut, not a freeze. Record specialists, currently I have 2 openings, but I have 1 in background, so that would mean stopping that other person from coming on board. So these positions that I provided are freezing positions to make it as easy as possible on the individual. and on the
So
department.
is that 88,000, was that a freeze on a dispatch person that you're talking about?
So the dispatch services line R28,
Mm-hmm.
I will have an opening in dispatch by the end of the week, so
Mm-hmm.
I could potentially freeze that position. I currently have a CSO position frozen. It's been frozen for quite a while. So the way I've built this cut is mainly built with frozen positions and not actually giving anybody a pink slip.
Okay, so the one is what you're saying. And so yours, and I'm assuming, going back to Adam, he has in here 210,000. So is that what you figured? It wasn't, you didn't figure in the 300 and some thousand. You based it on the 210,000 that we have recorded here, where we're at?
That looks like a math error to me, I think, for some reason.
It's not an automatic calculation.
Yeah.
All of these numbers in the council columns are just manually typed in based on the discussion that happened.
Right.
Sorry.
But
That
when-
number's not calculated. It's manually entered based on discussion, and going through that, I didn't update it. That's why it's only at the 210, because it did not get updated.
Okay, but that brought us up, I'm just trying to figure out but that does go under as total identified as the 1,680,000?
That's correct.
That's with the 210, so if you change that to the 316, then it would be closer to the 2 million, correct?
Correct.
That's
Okay,
correct.
so I just wanted to make sure that that's calculated in there as well. So I think that answers my question, just in terms of clarifying. And so another one that I saw that you brought up today that I hadn't seen before is I was a little concerned, where's the record specialist on this? Where would that be?
The R19 freeze record specialist position,
So that's the one that's currently, and you said there's another one that you're currently filling at this week, correct?
I hope
Which is
to,
the second
but
one.
if I
Okay,
have to put
right.
the brakes on that, then I certainly will.
And then I'm also was unclear about what you were talking about in the student fire program.
The student firefighter program costs us a little over $100,000. Right now, we have 8 student firefighters. Out of those 8 student firefighters, 1 is on our hiring list to fill a vacancy in fire rescue, and the other 2 are finalists for other organizations in Southern Oregon. So there is an opportunity to slowly phase out some of the student firefighters to save, we could probably save about half of that over the next 6-month period of time. So I'm just trying to come up with as many financial opportunities to save as I possibly can.
But does that create a problem? I would imagine that would create a problem with the 3 people per fire engine, correct?
We currently do not have 3 to an engine. We currently staff at 2 to an engine.
Mm-hmm.
The fire administration, along with line staff, have told me over and over that, yes, the student firefighters can be a big help, but also, too, they are young students and they need to be watched diligently and quite often. So sometimes it's an added burden to have the student firefighter. And then also, too, if you're talking about freezing a full-time firefighter position, I would anticipate having union problems with maintaining the student firefighter program. So that means you'd have a student firefighter doing union work when you're laying off a union employee, which I think we might have similar issues with our police cadet program. So we're freezing a police officer position and we're maintaining a portion of our cadet program. So I might run into some problems later on with the union there too. But I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. I also have a question, and this is just something that I've heard just lately in terms of, because of the recent fires in our area, that our insurance rates are starting to go up. I know my husband's insurance rate at the north end of town went up substantially because of new guidelines coming down as a result from insurance companies. Are you seeing that happening?
I don't know that answer at all.
Okay, because I also heard the same thing from Rogue Retreat, that they were having, and they got in a very expensive quote from an insurance company because of fire, because of where we live, and that being a problem. So I was just wondering if that was something, if you'd heard anything more out in the community.
I haven't. It's disappointing if that's the truth.
Brian and then Vanessa.
Thank you for answering all these questions, Chief. I don't have a question as much as I have just kind of asking how we're going to proceed, because I think at some point it would be good to transition from the chief to Adam, because I personally have a bunch of things that I would like to adjust on the spreadsheet. So I would assume that maybe other counselors did too, to start to work towards a solution after we get all of our questions answered.
Okay, Vanessa?
I second that. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Okay. One thing I was just going to point out, I think we've just identified R22 as a CSO position that you would
Freeze.
freeze, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And then we also have 27 is a firefighter position that you're suggesting freezing, and R28 is a dispatch position that would also be frozen.
That's correct.
So the total for those three positions, if the council's interested, comes to $282,000. If you wanted to provide the chief some direction towards that 316, the student firefighter and police programs also have a fairly sizable dollar figure behind them. But I think it sounds like we don't have any further questions for you at this moment. So if Adam could come back up with the spreadsheet, we'll try moving some numbers around.
All right, so to fix the R24 line, I believe 316 is what was being requested to be placed here.
Yes.
Councilor Frazier had asked a question about how much had been identified so far. So public safety, that's a total of $906,850. Some of these reference just public safety, so it's difficult to break that out for police versus fire. But just going through some of these that are obviously one or the other, there's the officer position, downtown parking enforcement, which would be related to CSOs, so mostly in police as well. That's fire related. The 316 now, and then public safety cadet program as well, is $498,992 so far, and I'm sure police is also incorporated in these top two numbers as well, at least is what has been identified so far.
Yeah, I understand the challenges. Thank you for those numbers. That's very helpful.
Vanessa?
Prior to today, let's see, R28 dispatch services was the elimination of an existing employee. With the new information, I understand there's going to be a retirement, and that would be freezing that position. So I would like to put my support for that R28.
Let's see.
Yeah, put me in there too, please.
Joel?
You know, I can't disagree with what Vanessa said. On the other hand, eventually, if we let retirements dictate our abilities of our police force to manage public safety, retirements don't have an upper brain. So, I mean, you can do that in the short term. We can do that this year and get by with it. But what I will tell you is over the long term, you'll end up with all chiefs and no Indians, or no Indians and all chiefs, or whatever, and you'll end up with an unbalanced workforce that can't accomplish its mission. So it's good to do that at this point in time. 3 years from now, when we look at that, and we try to manage it the same way, that may not be an option. That is the best one to take.
Brian, then Rob.
Yeah, on that same line, dispatch services, I think you put it under Counselor Lovelace instead of Phaser. Or did I miss, oh, okay, my mistake.
But thank you for that.
And then I had a few to add, just to get my changes on there.
Do you mind if I go ahead and, everyone's okay with me putting this on the council column?
Yes.
Officially? Sorry about that.
Sure. So I would add my name to line R25 for student firefighter at that same level of the other three. I would also add under R30 for sobering center, I would do 30,000. And for R34, I would do 20,000 as recommended. And there was a few other things that the chief mentioned that I was in favor of, but since they don't have their own line items right now, I think I'll just refrain from those for the time being.
If there's other council agreement on any of those items, I can add them fairly easily. It might not look as pretty as the rest of the spreadsheet, but we can certainly add them to the calculation.
So I think we're up to 4 now for student firefighter. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Does anybody else want to add to student firefighter?
I have a comment to add.
Okay.
So we've decided to take half of that budget, and I believe I heard the chief say that he would take that entire budget out if that was a discretionary item that he had to pick on. Is that correct?
Tough question again. I would go half because that's what we're doing with cadets. And if we were to freeze a firefighter, a police officer, and half of the cadets and student firefighters, that's what I would do first.
So there was one other quick line item. It was the CSO R22. I have that at 44,000. I would like to change that to 88,000. Thanks.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to add to, let's start with that one since it's at the top, the CSO line? Just has one support so far. Okay. And then we also discussed the sobering center at 30,000. Does anybody want to add to a reduction for sobering center? Valerie?
30,000.
Anybody else on the sobering center? No? Okay, and 20,000 for on-call dispatcher, is that? Anybody else want to add onto the dispatcher line? Okay, Valerie?
Is that one of the recommendations that you made, Warren? Yeah, I will. I will add the on-call dispatcher.
Rob? Are you adding to dispatcher?
No, a different discussion.
Okay, is anybody else for dispatcher? No, we have 2 now. Okay, new item, Rob?
So I'd like to echo or add on to what Joel was just alluding to. And it's actually something I probably should have brought up a month ago because I've always wondered, and I just, well, you know, freezing empty positions is obviously easy. It requires the least will. There's the least number of bad guys, so to speak, whether it's the council or the chief. It's not necessarily the best. Just because a position happens to be open now doesn't necessarily mean that that would be the one that is the wisest to remove. So I actually would encourage the chief, if he had something close to an equivalent value position that he wanted, that he felt was less, less important than one that happens to be frozen now, because to me that's a cop-out. That's just easy. That's just the easy way out. It's empty now. We'll leave it empty. But I just don't know. I don't know that that's necessarily the right way to do it, or the best way to do it long term. I mean, it's least pain this year, but I don't know that that's the right way to do it.
Other topics? Yeah, Rick.
I just want to add, You can put me down for R18 and R19. And R24 to 208,000. And R25, well, I don't know. Hold on. Okay. I'm done.
Okay, so by my calculation, we've just added the freezing a dispatcher, which comes up with approximately $89,000 towards theoretically this $316,000 goal, but we're still leaving a fairly substantial gap. Are you saying that you want the chief to come up with something else that's not on this list, which is probably an FTE for either existing firefighters or police officers? DJ?
Yeah, that would be my favor. I would basically say none of the items on here are, you can't touch them because we've already said yes or no to. Obviously can't touch anything that is directly linked to general fund, and that's exactly what I'm saying. You've got 300 grand or 316 minus 89 or whatever we just did, or whatever it is that we come to. That would be my preference, yes.
And since we didn't get any traction for freezing a firefighter position, I think the chief can assume that it's all to come from from the police side. Okay, Joel?
The other thing is, to be situationally aware, we have our budget meetings coming up. And we're going to have a budget committee looking at this. And the gap going into that is not $2 million now, it's a lot less. And I would anticipate, as Brian asked the other day, is there going to be some changes into the budget because of the budget process? And I would assume that there would be. And we would have the support of the budget committee as we make those. The other thing is, before we would remove an FTE and then all of a sudden find in the budget committee we made those cuts in a way that kept a needed position, I would not feel good about that process. So if it was me personally and I was the manager, I would say, okay, we've given it a good shot. Each of us are below the 2 million. Collectively, we haven't agreed on the last 200,000 or whatever it is. And as we go into the budget committee in our budget meetings, let's resolve that in a positive manner, because there certainly are options to do that, because each of us did it individually. We just didn't agree on where it should come from. And with the budget committee, you'll have additional citizen input, and I think it'll work. That's what I would suggest.
Brian?
I'm going to go ahead and put a couple more things on there. R18, go ahead and double my number for 2 positions. R19, same thing. We got to balance this budget. The chief's going to recommend these already, so I'm just going to put them in there now. He's already alluded to those lines.
If I can get some clarification on the R24 number, was that 316 and then reducing that by the 88,900 for the dispatch services?
Brian?
We would be remiss in reducing that line while still being below the 2 million number. So I wouldn't think that we should be reducing that while we still are below the goal, or until such time as we get above that threshold.
And if I may, I've mentioned it before, and this is not at all a preference. As Councilor Riker kind of mentioned before, are we going to have future opportunities for savings? This gap in the $2 million number is based on a guess about FY 2025. This process, this conversation is not over in the FY 22 budget. There's some additional revenues, like Councilor Pell had mentioned, that can be taken into consideration as we move forward and we actually have some data to analyze on it. So the the budget process, personnel being extremely the most enormous part of the budget, and the detail that goes into making that as accurate as possible is why I've requested kind of a final direction, at least at this time. It's definitely not over, but understanding the impact on FTEs is definitely what I'm trying to accomplish today because of the ripple effect, and that we really are past that deadline. So whether we get a perfect $2 million or not is, at this point, in efforts of creating a balanced budget for FY22, is not as important as making the budget that we do know for sure is as accurate as possible. Would be another important thing to consider in this discussion, I would say, aside from just reaching that $2 million gap. So that's just what I wanted to add at this point.
From my understanding, we have a kind of unfortunate situation here in that we really only achieved 1.5 or so because we have this kind of ambiguous $300,000 hanging out there. So even though, you know, we've written it on the spreadsheet, it doesn't have any meaning behind it because we haven't identified where those savings are going to come from. So I guess I was thinking that 89 that we've just, you know, bumped up from 2 counselors supporting to 5 under dispatch services was identifying part of the 316.
That was kind of my question earlier, is that part of that number?
Right,
in which
because I
case
don't
it
think
need
we're
to be
going to
broken
get
out.
to 2 million, you know, but I want us to get to a real 1.8. And I don't think right now we're at a real 1.8. So I think we're at a maybe 1.6-ish with that 89,000. Brian has suggested freezing a second officer position as well as a second records specialist. DJ, I heard indicating, you know, that he realizes that some of this ambiguity in line R24 is going to need to come from FTE savings. So I don't know if you want to throw, you know, if you want to double up on Brian's numbers so that we can try to provide some direction, or how are we going to do this? Do we need the chief to come back with a recommendation? So we have in excess of $200,000 that's just not really clear at this point. Vanessa.
I would like to bring everyone's attention back to R81, drawdown of the internal PERS reserve. I know that this is temporary in nature. It is not meant to be a long-term solution, but I'd like to initiate a conversation around that for the next 3 years specific to this exercise.
I think I might have discussed that one a little bit in the beginning. That process, identifying how quickly to draw down the PERS reserve, that happens that's been happening and will continue to happen regardless of if there's a gap or not. And that would also have a large effect on all of the departments throughout the city, not just public safety and not just the general fund. So it would kind of have an indirect short-term benefit to the general fund, but you wouldn't realize all of the savings from drawing that down. You would just be depleting that fund balance quicker.
You did. You gave a great presentation on that. Thank you for that. So in your recommendation is that it would kind of be a Band-Aid over a broken arm. It may exacerbate the problem in the long run.
I don't know about exacerbate, but it would make the problem look smaller in the next 3 years. And then the problem would just go right back to where it truly is at the end of depleting those funds at a quicker pace.
Okay, thank you.
Brian.
Adam, on that same topic, you mentioned that the PERS reserve is currently being drawn down. Could you remind us at the current rate of it being drawn down, how long it's projected to last approximately?
At my most recent calculation, I'm anticipating drawing that down over the next 6 years instead of 3 years.
So after 6 years, it would be depleted? Okay, thanks.
That's correct.
Valerie. And I'm going to go right back to my favorite one of just saying Road Reserve Funds, that is another crusher on public safety right now. $500,000 currently comes out for rent, which isn't really rent, it is. And I know that's only a short-term gap, but I really do think that's an area we can rally around and try to figure something else out. And whether it's, that's 250,000, that's a big chunk. Even if we went with 125,000 or something, I do think that's something, and I say this again and again in the community. I've heard over and over again about people feeling that, we shouldn't be pouring so much money into Dollar Mountain. Why did you buy Dollar Mountain? And I think this is saying, okay, let's take some of the capital that we got from the sale of Rogue Rivers Reserve. Some of it will pay off Dollar Mountain, but some of it will also be used to pay for the public safety building, which was paid for and we have, and that would lessen some of the pressure on our public safety right now. So I'm just going to say I still think that is a responsible thing to do, is to put some money there.
Rob?
So I was thinking a similar thing, Valerie, as you were just before you were speaking, and I'm trying to remember exactly what the objections to that process was, and I can't fully remember exactly why people objected to that. I think I know why I objected to it, but if there's somebody here that could explain why they object to using that to pay down the public safety headquarters.
Brian?
Sure, I'd be happy to explain. When they decided to build the new public safety building, they should have had the funding mechanisms and everything figured out. So to come after the fact and say, let's use River Road Reserve funds to pay for that, just is completely irresponsible and not in the spirit of what those funds should be used for. So that's in essence what it is for me.
Rick?
Rob, I'd like to add to that. The River Road Reserve funds, as you may recall, came out of the general fund, and that was a capital expense. So when it goes back into the capital funds, we have discretionary use of that, but it's also nice to continue to use it for capital expense, and maybe after the fact if we apply it to public safety. But part of the hesitation of using that, it's a temporary Band-Aid of $250,000 because it's only going to cover 3 years, and the expense doesn't go away. The day of recognition comes 3 years from now. How are you going to come up with funding then? So that was part of the hesitation on using it. If it was something that totally paid off the building at that point, that'd be one way to say, you're accomplishing something, but that's the other perspective.
Do we have more suggestions for today, I guess? Feel like we need to make some progress on this issue. One idea I have is that maybe we need to have just kind of a final budget summit on this topic where we just dedicate one of these upcoming meetings only to this topic and just hash this out. But I think there were some hands over here. So I saw Vanessa. Did you have DJ? Joel? Okay, Vanessa, Joel, Brian. No. Joel.
Drinking water. So as an economist, you have to look at what's going on today. Looking at motivations for what was purchased 10 years ago or whatever, whether that was valid or not, that was 10 years ago. And you can't let the decisions from 10 years ago control the existing situation and our options today. Doesn't mean that we can't be aware of them, but as I look at our history, I look at my family history, I look at other history, you got to deal with today. And so that's why I have the Rogue River Reserve down there. And what Brian said is true. On the other hand, in terms of the motivation of that today, but it did come from the general fund. It went back into the general fund. The general fund can be used for capital investments. And this is the situation we find ourselves in today. The other thing that Rick alluded to that would say I would take away that 250,000 is that 3 years from now, that's not going to be available. And so when we go through this discussion, because our costs are going to keep going up. So as we balance the budget for next year and the year after and the year after, this helps balance the budget for the next 3 years, but it's not available in year 4. And so they're going to have to deal with that situation. And they may disagree with what we did, but that's irrelevant. They're going to have to deal with that situation at that time.
Brian?
So the River Road Reserve funds it was purchased general fund and it goes back to the general fund. That's true. When River Road Reserve was decided to be sold, council said it's not going to be taken out of the park's intention. It's not going to be, when if you said when you were selling River Road Reserve that you were going to use it to pay off the public safety building, you would have had a lot more blowback than you did, and you had a lot. So I just want to make that point. And then I had a question about the line that we're talking about, the River Road Reserve line down at the bottom. I forget the number, but so would that be 250,000 per year, or is that a one-time? So it'd be
That would be per year, and it's 750.
per year for 3 years, so it'd be $750,000. Okay, and then just one final point to Joel. He's right, costs are going to keep going up, and I think part of what we need to consider, and I don't think this has been brought up yet, is we need to, if we don't get a handle on costs, we're going to have to do this over and over and over forever. So we need to make sure that the cost increases are matching the revenue increases. So the 4.4% revenue increase or whatever it is, that needs to be the cap for the expenditure increases going forward. Otherwise, this is just going to be the same thing every year.
All right, unless, we only had 3 counselors who were in support of using River Road Reserve Funds, so unless one of the other 4 wants to add to that, I think we need to move on. Does anybody have anything that they want to add their own numbers towards?
We've all done it individually. We've
Okay.
achieved the target.
Okay.
We just haven't done it collectively.
And specifically related to service levels that will impact FTEs, any direction on that would be, at least from the budget process, potentially prioritized over other considerations just because of where we are in the budget process. We really need to know that as soon as possible so that we can give you an accurate budget.
I think since we don't have any traction on freezing the firefighter position, and we do have $200,000 that remains undedicated, what I am hearing is to fill the firefighter position and reduce police budget by $200,000 in terms of FTEs. Is that the direction for the chief?
Was it 200 or is it 316?
Well, I'm subtracting the 89 for the dispatcher. So if I do 316
227.
minus 89, yep, 227, which I'm assuming is a good solid 2 positions for police officers, because we also have not highlighted the $88,000 for CSO. So to me, I'm indicating 2 officers or managers within the public safety is.
So, yeah, it's going to be, the 2 officers would be, I think actually if we looked at the numbers, it's closer to 70 something for 70, 80,000 for salary benefits. So we'd be looking at 2, maybe 3 FTE to get to that number.
So just for clarification, I wasn't suggesting another police officer. I was saying that if there's no other options, that would be probably my next option, which would be a cut, not a freeze.
I understand that you don't want to cut them. I think I'm trying to get a read on, is that what the council is saying here? Because that's the option that we have left as, from my position. DJ?
So just speaking as just one individual counselor, yes, that is what I'm saying. That he is now responsible for $227,001. And if that means that you will be firing police officers, well, then that's what that means, or cutting them. But if you can find it elsewhere, barring the items that we have on the public safety, then I would encourage you to do so.
That's good direction, thank you.
Vanessa?
I don't want to see any loss of employment anywhere within the city. I would highly recommend revisiting what can be cut. If that's like equipment can be sold or whatever that looks like, if that's dry cleaning, whatever that looks like, I would like to see that revisited because I am really firm and I do not want any current employment cut.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, and I will go back through it again. My biggest concern is to maintain our operational budget moving forward, because we've got a lot more years left in us, and this budget's not going to grow.
Brian?
So my understanding is that if we're looking at additional positions, I would not be in favor of cutting existing staff, but I would freeze as they come available, because this is a 3-year exercise. So if a position comes up 3 months, 6 months, we cut it then. We don't realize as much savings, but we still realize 2.5 years of savings. So the direction, or in my opinion, I guess, would be to not cut existing staff, but to freeze as positions become available.
Adam?
And we can do that, and in budgeting for that, what we would have to do is budget for that position to be gone. That increases the likelihood that we may have to come back and say, hey, council, we budgeted for this position to maybe have retired or something, and if they're still there, then we might need a budget adjustment in the future saying they didn't leave in the time we anticipated that they may have or guessed at the time. So we can do that, but it'll be a little bit of a guess.
Rick?
Aaron, can you provide any additional perspective on the River Road Reserve and the 250,000? Or have we already expressed the different ideas of how that would fit or not fit? I'm looking for support.
I don't know. Oh boy, I don't think that's why. I think you guys have had a good discussion. I'd be more than willing to answer any questions you might have on the availability and usage of those funds.
Good one, Aaron. I think, Rick, if you would like to talk to the 4 counselors outside of this meeting and see if you can negotiate for some wiggle room, we can redress the that topic. But I have not heard from any of those 4 that they are interested in moving on that item. Okay, how about this? We will ask the chief to prepare another round. Unfortunately, we didn't have the presentation today on paper or anything to really look at, but we're gonna need some of these bigger ticket items. Your recommendations for how to achieve that $227,000, and we'll have council look at it at a future date. We're not doing this next week because we have the interview of the council candidates. So I think, is that fair to have him bring back suggestions on how to achieve, and we can, feel free to include, I guess, things like freezing the firefighter position, as well as other new ideas for larger items, and we'll maybe shoot high and we'll trim some of them back in a couple weeks.
The one thing I want to add that though is I've heard you mentioned it may be okay for us to provide the freeze of the firefighter, but also I heard don't touch anything that we haven't allocated. You didn't allocate that, so I don't think that would be an option for us as anything in fire.
I think we're hearing strong direction towards FTE. I would not include Sobering Center, Women's Crisis. But I think, we've also heard some of the counselors say that, maybe not filling positions through attrition isn't the smartest thing to do. So we really need to hear, I think, from him where he feels a couple $100,000 can be, savings can be achieved. Because, at some point you don't have any records clerks left, right? And you need to fill one. And
I had what I believed was an okay vision or clarity on what you're asking for, and so I'm going to repeat what I thought where we're going with that and see if that meets your goal. Is we're going to come back to you with that 227, what that would look like, and it is not to include anything that's on that list that's not already identified. So everything that's been identified and not chosen, that is not for us to move into as a recommendation. And it is also not to include anything with fire. So we're looking at police, records, and support services and dispatch support services as the items to come up with the 227.
Yes.
you okay with that?
Yeah, basically, yes, and it sounds kind of silly what I'm about to say, but it helps me understand it. There are items on there that we've clearly said no to. And there are items on there that we've said yes to. And then now there's even an item on there that Brian doubled down, say, hey, okay, let's freeze a position. And if that's what it is, then that's what it is. But the downtown CSO, the Women's Crisis Center, the Sobering Center, those are items that we've clearly said no to, so I wouldn't expect them on the presentation. So I think you've captured it.
All right, I think that's what we got for today. Thank you, Adam.
Just to get some
Clarify.
clarification on the budget process. I don't know where to make the adjustments that we need on the FTE side. And it may be that we have to pick something just number-wise.
So let's talk about how we'll do that administratively. I think our goal is that we're going to identify it. It may not be realized in fiscal year 22, but maybe it's something we could check for 23 and 24. So that's the way we're going to come back to you, because I've gotten word from you is that you're wanting to look at maybe freezes but no elimination. And so we may project that out. So our plan might be only to cut 1.786 in the first year, or actually 1.559 in the first year, projecting increases each year after that due to the following freezes. That's the way I would recommend it based on the direction I've gotten from council.
That could work.
Yes, thank you, Aaron.
And we'll,
And that also eliminates our difficulty with trying to project the budget for fiscal year 22, because we'll go off of what we've got and we'll just project in the future.
okay. All right, we have one more fairly quick topic before we go into executive session later. I'm going to have us take a break for a few minutes after this, but I think we can make a clean break after we discuss the housing and neighborhood specialist.
Yeah, good afternoon. Not quite evening, but it's almost. So this is a very quick presentation. It's an easy one. I think we got support from the community, from the advisory committee, from council, and from staff. So I'm going to move right through this one. And if you have any questions, please let me know. It's the concept of creating and reclassifying a housing and neighborhood specialist position. So this would be an amendment to the city's existing classification plan. We looked at doing it two different ways. One, I can add some additional job duties to a current employee, but I do believe that that would be unfair to a colleague to do, because it is one of your top goals and there is so much to do for a number of years now that you've adopted that as one of your high priorities through strategic planning, is to implement a housing plan. In order to really do that right, it's going to require a dedicated person. So to make sure that this gets started in the right way, we looked at other ways of making this happen. And so what we're looking at is taking a current, well, I'll do the slide first. So justification, Grants Pass is classified among one of the most rent-burdened cities in Oregon. In your strategic plan, your high priority includes implementation of a housing action plan with additional objectives and tasks related to affordable housing. And as you know, going through strategic planning, the additional tasks and objectives are long and lengthy and somewhat complicated to actually implement. Implementation of a housing action plan will require dedicated staff resources for effective execution. We can hobble along and have slow progress with existing staff. We've been doing that for the past 2 years, and we've made some great progress and strides. However, to truly implement a plan will require now some additional resources focused on that. So the position summary. This position of a housing and neighborhood specialist would be responsible for working with the development community, developing funding applications, facilitating partnerships, performing a variety of technical functions and tasks associated with community development block grants and housing grants, administer, track, and implement the city's housing work plan. And that, of course, includes a lot that we've already defined and many things that we haven't defined yet. Serves as the staff liaison for the Housing Advisory Committee also. The neat thing about what we're proposing to you is Brad and I have talked about this, and I really appreciate Brad's willingness to really take a look at his resources and recognize that we think we can do this with current staffing levels. What? How does that happen? Well, it doesn't create a new position because we would not be filling the senior planner vacancy. He's hiring for a principal planner. We've got an assistant planner, associate planner coming on board. The senior planner has historically been utilized for long-range planning. We believe that we can do without that position for at least the near to longer term future, and then take the resources associated with the senior planner, focus them on this new position. The budget for the senior planner actually is about the same salary schedule as what would be needed for the housing and neighborhood specialist. It'd be placed under range UC7 of the non-bargaining salary schedule, and the salary range would be around $64,000 to $81,000 for that position. The important part here, it does not create a new FTE. It does not increase the budget. There is no annual increase to the current budget. We'd be taking basically that senior planner position, dedicating that to a housing and neighborhood specialist. So your call to action actually is to approve the creation of a housing and neighborhood specialist. Whenever me as a city manager recommends the actual creation of a new position that would be included in the new salary schedule, it does take council action. And that's why I'm in front of you today is for that, is to ask your approval through approving the resolution scheduled for tomorrow's meeting. Council can choose to approve it or not, and we'll continue to implement the housing action plan that we'll have in the future based on current staffing availability. Open to your questions.
Questions? Rick?
Thank you, Aaron. I want to applaud your vision of doing this. I think it's great. The one thing is I want to just ensure that you have the flexibility when you hire this person, that you're not hiring a pure planner. In other words, if somebody comes in and they have a lot of qualifications and they really fit and you want to hire them, but then I'm reading in page 167 in the staff report for tomorrow, when I look at some of the requirements in there, do you have the flexibility, you find the perfect person, but maybe they don't have, let's say, 3 years of planning experience, but they have everything else you want. Do you have the ability to hire for that position?
We do, yes. We do have some flexibility. That's a general guideline. For most part, the minimum qualifications are things we try and meet. And there's going to be hit or miss. Someone might be just amazingly strong in some categories and maybe a year or two short in another. But one of the key things that we're looking for is fit, community fit, organizational fit. And that's one of the most important things that we look for in order to build the culture within our organization.
DJ?
So I'm aware that this is a position that are in other communities and whatnot. And as far as marketability, availability, pay structure, all those things, is it equitable to that senior planning position? And then, of course, I have to extrapolate into qualifications. You know, what are going to be the defined expectations of this position? I'm just more or less curious about this. I know you're capable in doing these things, but I'd be interested in getting those questions answered.
So that information is in your packet with regards to ultimately what we're looking for within the individual and the skill sets associated with that. We'll be marketing for that position. As you mentioned, there are people that are already in that field. It's a growing field, and people are coming out of colleges with those type of focuses and degrees. So we've got a good chance of hiring someone that has some experience or someone that has been studying this for some time and wants to develop their skills and hone their skills here at the City of Grants Pass. And the salary schedule is competitive. We did a quick market analysis, and that is competitive. Now, will we grab someone from Bend or something? Unless they want to change their lifestyle and move to a better community, probably not. But from a salary perspective, we'll be competitive.
All right, very good. Yeah, I just got my packet today. I need to read it. Thank you.
And I was joking about the Bend's a great place too.
Yes, of course. Well received.
Comments, questions for Aaron? Valerie?
Well, if this is a comment, I just want to say thank you, because I know, being on the council as long as I have been, and how much the Housing Advisory Committee has suggested we do that, and I kind of held off, as you did, for the longest time, thinking that maybe, you know, we'll make it, and do they really earn their kudos by being a specialist? But I'm to the point, having been on here so long, that I think we need all the help we can get to get something moving in our community. So thank you for taking the initiative and making it happen.
Thank you.
I'll also just say thank you. I'm looking forward to this. Hopefully the council will approve it tomorrow night.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Council.
All right, that brings us to the end of our regular meeting here. We are scheduled to have an executive session, so I'll entertain a motion to move into executive. DJ with the motion, Valerie with the second. Thank you. I'll start down here with Rick.
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Rob? Yes. DJ?
Yes. To get through. Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Thank you. We will move into executive session for the purpose of discussing those subjects previously noticed for this executive session. This executive session